Just waiting for one more item, one more person, and then we will start. We don't have quorum quite yet.
We just got a motion on 22.
Councilors, if you're in your offices, please come to Committee Room 1, please. TYCC is about to start, and I need one more person for quorum. Good morning, everyone. My name is Councilor Chris Moyes. I'm the chair of the Toronto and East York Community Council. We now have quorum. I'm now calling meeting 10 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1. This meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Toronto and East York Community Council would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. As a Caribbean Canadian, I am committed to continually acting in solidarity with our African, Caribbean, and Black communities seeking freedom and reparative justice in light of the history and ongoing legacy of slavery that continues to impact our communities across Canada. As part of this commitment, I would also like to acknowledge that not all people came to these lands as migrants and settlers. Specifically, I wish to acknowledge those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. In support of the City of Toronto's ongoing efforts to confront anti-Black racism, I pay tribute to those ancestors of African, Caribbean, and Black origins and descent. So if you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speak.
Can you please stop the meeting? We have an issue with WebEx.
Okay, sure. We have an issue with WebEx, so we're just going to pause for a second. Bear with us, we're just trying to troubleshoot the system right now. It's not allowing us to record the meeting, which is something that was required here. So stand by. Okay, I think we're good now. So we're gonna resume. Dial it back a little bit. Inside voice. There we go. So if you are registered to speak at today's meeting, please listen to me, for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Toronto and East York Community Council page at toronto.ca/council and click on the speakers box for today's meeting. Members, the city clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal. Clerk's IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email. Staff are available at tycc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? If you do have an interest, please raise your hand or unmute your mic and indicate the item number and the nature of the interest. Seeing none, may I have a motion to confirm the minutes from our meeting on November 15, 2023? Councillor Bradford, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. So before we begin the agenda run through, I may have a motion to add new business items to TE 10.48 to TE 10.56. Moved by Councillor Perks. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Alrighty. So we're gonna begin the rundown at item 10, TE 10.22. Okay, good to go. So 10.22, changes to Business Improvement Area Board Map Management.
Mr. Chair, can you hold that in Councillor Fletcher's name?
Okay, I'll hold that. T 10.23, encroachment appeal, 40 London Street. Councillor, who's Ward 11?
It's fine.
Let's go Sachs.
I have to hold it down.
T 10.24, 980 Duffin Street. 1141 Bloor Street West, TTC Tunnel Construction, Stage 1 and 2, Construction Staging Area. Counselor Bradford.
For speakers.
Oh, they're speakers. I know that because it's in front of me. I'm going to hold that down. T 10.25, 908 St. Clair Avenue West, Construction Staging Area. Counselor Bradford. Counselor Bravo. Counselor Bravo. You move that? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.26, 315 to 325 Spadina Avenue, Construction Staging Area, Ward 11, Counselor Sachs. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.27, 20 to 26 Maitland Street, Construction Staging Area. That's me. Sorry, 1 second. I'm going to hold that item. T 10.28, 90/104 Queen Street East, 3 Mutual Street, Construction Staging Area. That's also me. I'm going to adopt staff's recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.29, designation of fire routes and amendment to Chapter 880 fire routes, 15 Baseball Place, 25 Baseball Place, 30 Baseball Place, and 45 Baseball Place. Councilor Fletcher, Councilor Perks, on behalf of Councilor Fletcher.
Move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 10.30, Honda Indy Toronto Race 2024, temporary street closure. Deputy Mayor Malik.
I move the staff recommendation. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.31, accessible loading zone, Dundas Street West. Councilor Perks.
Move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.32, accessible loading zone, Kingston Road. Councilor Bradford.
Move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 10.33, accessible parking space, January 2024. I'm going to ask Councilor Malik, Deputy Mayor Malik. So you want 10.33? Actually, it's all words. Just say yes.
It's not in my ward. 10.33, accessible parking.
It's not? Okay. Councilor Sachs. I know. Councilor Sachs. All those in favor?
I'll move the staff. Opposed?
Carried. Thank you. T 10.34, accessible parking space, January 2024, non-delegated. Councilor Fletcher. All those in.
I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. All those in favor? Carried. T 10.35, parking amendment, Dundonald Avenue. Councilor Perks.
Move the staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.36, parking amendment, Salmon Avenue. Councilor Perks.
Staff recommendation.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.37, turn prohibition, Bloor Street West and Perth Avenue. Councilor Bravo.
I'll move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Carried. T 10.38, speed bump, public lane west of Alhambra Avenue,
yeah.
south of Bloor Street West, east-west leg.
Move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.39, appointment of public members to the Ted Reeves Community Area Board. Councilor Bradford.
Move the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 10.40. The speaker on that item?
Can I hold that in Councillor Fletcher's name?
Yeah, there's speakers in this item. I know I missed that one. T 10.41, 1404 to 1428 Young Street Construction Staging Area.
We have a speaker on that one as well.
Are they all new items?
No,
Okay.
they're not.
Okay, we're gonna hold this item to speakers. T 10.42, three speakers too? Must have missed this page. Okay.
Mr. Chair, may I just point of privilege perhaps?
Sure.
Just as a public service announcement, for those who want to speak on, excuse me, on T 10.41, 1404, 1428 Yonge Street Construction Staging Area, I just want to sort of give a heads up that I plan to defer it for another cycle, pun intended. So they may choose to speak today or they may choose to speak next time, but I just want to give them that opportunity to consider that.
Thank you. It looks like someone didn't hear that because I saw you straighten your ear. Councillor Matlow just stated that item TE 10.41, he's going to defer to the next TEY meeting. So if you're here to speak, you don't have to stay if you choose not to. Okay? And you could come to the next meeting. All right, thank you. TE 10.43, Ord Street Public School traffic calming, Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 10.44, Scarth Road No Stopping Zone, Councillor Sachs.
I guess more correctly, I move recommendations in my letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TE 10.45, Vehicle Width Restriction, First Lane West of Palmerston Avenue between Barton Avenue and Palmerston Square, Councillor Sachs.
I move the recommendations in my letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.46, 759, 763, Queen Street East Permit Parking Realignment. Councillor,
I'd like to move the recommendations in Councillor Fletcher's letter.
okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. T 10.47, Stop Control, Bowman Street and Carlton Street. That's me. I'm going to adopt staff's recommendations. Yeah. Yes, I'm going to adopt staff's recommendations. My recommendations, sorry. My recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Yeah, when you get promoted to staff,
Yeah. Need to raise first. Okay. Okay, T 10.48, reducing the speed limit on outstanding Collector Road to 30 kilometers an hour within Ward 4.
can I hold that? I'm awaiting a revision on one of the recommendations.
Okay,
We'll hold it for 1 minute, yeah.
T 10.49, reducing the speed limit on Dufferin Street south of Queen Street West.
Move approval?
You're moving that?
Move the recommendations in my letter, yeah.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.50, parking amendments, Peter Street.
I move the staff recommendations.
Okay. Your recommendations.
I move
not
my
doing it
own
with it, Bradley.
recommendations informed by conversations with staff. Thank you.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Mr. Chair, it turns
go.
out that the clerk knows a great deal more about how to handle this than I do. So if I could reopen 4.8, I can just delete recommendation 3 and then approve the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, I'm just going to go back to T 10.48, reducing the speed limit on outstanding collector roads to 30 kilometers an hour within Ward 4.
Yeah, so I want to delete one recommendation because it doesn't need to go to council. And then move approval of the rest of the letter.
Okay, so all those in favor? Do I do as amended? Item as amended? In favor? Carried. Thank you. T 10.51, speed reduction, Parliament Street between Winchester Street and Gerrard Street. I'm going to move my recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.52, parking amendments, Sunlight Park Road between Broadview Avenue and west end of Sunlight Park Road.
I'll move the recommendations in Councillor Fletcher's letter.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.53, speed humps on Cavill Avenue. Councillor
Move the
Briggs.
recommendations in Councillor Fletcher's letter.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.54, parking amendments, Selwyn Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.55, traffic calming Curry Avenue between Hillingdon Avenue and Coxwell Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.56, traffic calming Earl Hague Avenue between Hillingdon Avenue and Coxwell Avenue. Councillor Bradford.
I'd like to move the recommendations in my letter, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay. So we also have additional new items to introduce. So, Councilor Sachs, I understand you have a new business to introduce. Palmerston Avenue parking discrepancy. Councilor Sachs. Do you want to add this item, right? Okay.
Just maybe better by the item then.
Okay. So, we're good to go, right? Okay. All those in favor of this item, Palmerston Avenue parking discrepancy? It's just to add it to the agenda, right?
That's right. And
Okay.
we'll hold it down.
Okay. All those in favor of adding this to the agenda? I'm going to hold it down. Okay, that's carried. Councilor Matlow has 4 new items, one by one. So the first item is placement of temporary crossing guards at the intersection of Oreo Parkway and Gormley Avenue. One second.
Would
It
you
needs
like
to
me
come
to,
up.
would you like me to just move this, or should I just put them in a bundle and,
I'm
them
gonna,
all.
we'll have to call it one by one.
okay?
Okay.
So I move that.
Okay, all those in favor of adding this to the agenda? It's carried. I'm gonna hold it down. Second item is placement of temporary crossing guards at the intersection of Benson Avenue and Hendrick Avenue.
I move to put that on the agenda.
Yeah, just waiting for it to come up first. Staff is just, it's okay. All right. Councilor Matlow's going to move this item to put in the agenda. All those in favor? Opposed? I'm going to hold it down. Next item is placement of temporary crossing guards at the intersection of College View Avenue and Highburn Road. Councillor Matlow is moving this item. All those in favor? Dividing the agenda. Opposed? Carried. I'm going to hold it down. The next item is traffic bylaw changes in Forest Hill Village. Councillor Matlow is going to move that item when it comes up.
Fair assumption. Yes.
Okay. All those in favor of adding to the agenda? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Perks. Yeah, she wants to add to the agenda. So recipient of the 2024 Agnes McPhail Award. So Councillor Perks is going to add this to the
Move the
agenda.
introduction of that.
Yes. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'll hold this down. And the next item, she has two items. Parking amendment to Russell Yard and Queen Street East.
I'll move introduction.
Councillor Perks will move that. Once he comes up on the screen, I'll. Okay, all those in favor of adding item? Opposed? It's carried, and hold it down. Okay. I think that's it, right? Okay, we'll go back to the top of the agenda. Timed items. Item 10.1, naming of an existing public lane north of St. Clair Avenue West, extending between Rowland Avenue and Vaughan Road. Councillor Matlow.
I'm going to defer that for a cycle.
Okay, all those in favor of deferral? One cycle, opposed, carried. Item T 10.2, 7 Laxton Avenue Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw Amendment, Application, Decision Report. We do have speakers in this item. Let me grab my multiple list. Okay. We have Joshua Schütze. Is Joshua Schütze here?
Yes, I am. Hello, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of council. I'll be brief. I'm the planner for the applicant. I've reviewed the staff report. We are in support of the recommendations. Just briefly, this is a 6-story purpose-built rental apartment building containing 19 residential units. It's a minor change to an existing minor variance approval for a 4-story purpose-built apartment building with 14 units still, and the applicant's currently investigating funding options to provide affordable housing within the units. And as part of the site plan, the applicant has provided trees and landscape buffers for to address concerns of the residents. I support the recommendations put forward by staff, and I'm here for any questions that may arise. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Next person to speak on this item is Michael Whitehead. Michael Whitehead, are you here? Okay, he's online. Michael?
Yeah, we'll get draft. Yeah, we'll get, okay. Yes.
I think it's *6 to unmute if you're calling by your phone.
No, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to depute.
Thank you. Members of Toronto East York Community Council, my name is Michael Whitehead, and I have lived at 25 St. Mary Street for nearly 30 years. I'm part of the No Dem Evictions group, and you've heard from me before. But clearly the escalating loss of purpose-built rental housing and the failure of councillors and council as a whole to protect tenant rights and affordable housing means you need to hear from tenants again and again until you listen and your actions change. Some good news first. I'd like to congratulate the Mayor and the Budget Committee on the plan to build the largest public housing development ever in Scarborough at 244 Eglinton Avenue East. Building 918 affordable homes in Scarborough is indeed worth pursuing and long overdue. I appreciate the time planners Diana Chorney and Kate Flanagan spent with my group to explain their process in more detail. I'm happy to see an increase in shelter capacity, which is much needed, along with other housing supports. I support the proposed property tax increase, even though as a tenant, I pay more property tax than many homeowners. In addition to these praiseworthy initiatives, it would be even better if council spent more time and energy protecting the existing stock of purpose-built rental housing and the tenants who live there. Here's the bad news. In the last year, council has approved the demolition and redevelopment of 1,783 rent-controlled units with inadequate consultation, compensation, relocation assistance, an uncertain right of return, and protection of rent control for only 10 or 20 years. Nearly double the units you plan to build in Scarborough. Toronto East York Community Council was responsible for 1,302 of those units to be redeveloped, which is, from my perspective, a shame. When councillors, the planning department, and developers get together in the absence of the tenants who are affected by decisions to demolish and redevelop their homes, tenants and affordable housing lose, and developers and outrageous greed win. It's a shameful way to run a city with negative consequences that will last for a century or more. Currently, under Toronto's rental replacement policies, tenants are being displaced without adequate compensation or relocation, resulting in displacement from both their homes and their communities. Affordable rental housing is being permanently lost. Rental buildings are being replaced with luxury condos and market rent apartments, resulting in neighborhood gentrification that makes communities unaffordable and inhospitable to long-term residents. Developers are violating the rental replacement policies and their contracts with impunity and benefiting financially from doing so. Rather than being prevented and penalized from destroying our existing affordable rental housing supply and the displacement of tenants, developers are being financially rewarded for doing so. None of this should be happening. A review of policies is required to understand why and how this is happening so that it can be stopped. The tenants of Toronto are not opposed to development, only to development that is profit-driven, that reduces the stock of affordable housing, replacing it with market rate rentals that are not rent-controlled or luxury condos, unaffordable to most of those who call Toronto home. Councillors are failing to protect tenants and affordable housing, perhaps to help fill a large budget gap, perhaps to qualify for federal housing funding, or perhaps because they are choosing to side with developers. Whatever the reason, it's the wrong thing to do. This week, 10 out of 32 tenants in Lenmore Court on Kingston Road have been unable to find replacement housing and are facing eviction January 31st in just under a week. The leasing agent engaged by All Tree Development have been of no help in finding them suitable and affordable accommodation, and it took my group a week to find out that someone at the planning department was taking an interest in their situation. Why these tenants are being asked to move during the winter is a mystery. It's historically not done with evictions in Toronto. All Tree Developments has other redevelopment applications currently before the planning department and council, and we feel that they should have their feet held to the fire to better support tenants facing the loss of their long-term homes. I expect to be asked to move out by my developer by December 31st of this year, and I expect the leasing agent for me to be of similarly little help. What do tenants want? A question councillors should have asked months before today. The citywide moratorium on demevictions. If demevictions are approved, tenants must be consulted at least 3 times prior to community council meetings like this and be 100% compensated for all their costs. Replacement units should remain rent controlled for the life of the new building. A demevictions committee where tenants and experts in housing can meaningfully help shape policy. Data collection on demevictions to track and publicly report on the scope and effect of these projects, and transparency in the sales of purpose-built rentals, including a right of first refusal for tenants to purchase their own building.
Your final thoughts, please.
I urge you to consult tenants as you move forward, or you may face a citywide rent strike before this year is out.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Councilor Perks?
So on item 10.2, which is 7 Laxton Avenue, I'm going to move the staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item T, 10.3, 440, 444, 450, and 462 Front Street West, 425, 439, 441, and 443 Wellington Street West, 6 to 18 Spadina Avenue, and 1 and 19 Draper Street, the well extension of part lot control exemption application approval. Council Malik,
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
all those, anyone here to speak to the item? Seeing none, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. T 10.4, 914 Bathurst Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment, application, decision report approval. We do have deputants on this item.
Yeah, please hold it down. I need to speak with them before we deal with this matter.
Okay. T 10.5, 33 Davisville Avenue and 60 Baloli Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. We do have speakers on this item. Michael Black, are you here? Video conference. Okay, video conference. Michael?
Good morning.
Hey, good morning. You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. Go ahead.
Thanks. My name is Michael Block. I'm a long-term resident of 33 Davisville, which is one of the high rises under discussion. I live on the 14th floor. I have a wonderful view of Beloyal Parquet in my backyard, as well as the Al Green Sculpture Garden, Lake Ontario, Mount Pleasant Cemetery, and other areas with lots of greenery. This development was part of the Tower in the Park design conceived by Greenwind for the Davisville Strip. And not just parkland is viewable outside of my window. I also see a huge tower. So the two kind of balance each other out in creating a tower in the park design that is currently under threat because owners are trying to monetize the green space holdings that they own. And the Ontario government, as you know, is allowing transit-oriented development to go higher near subway stations like Davisville. So this is what is behind the two infill projects that are being proposed. And it will involve Beloyal Parquet being replaced by a 41-story tower if all goes well for the applicant. And a smaller building will go at 141 Davisville. The end result will be that Davisville Village could change from the tower in the park look to a canyon wall street. It's kind of similar to Bay Street. And this is in keeping with the densification requirements that the housing crisis and the climate crisis are putting on us. I don't really oppose it, but I'm thinking that as we move beyond the sensitive balance of 70s planning, we have to think of the new challenges. So yeah, I will be losing my view, my backyard green space, sunlight, privacy, quiet, and in compensation, I would like to thank city staff and the developer for drawing up a good list of improvements and benefits. They don't go all the way to compensating me for my losses, but they sure do help. And I will not be pressing to go to the Ontario Land Tribunal. City Legal has basically okayed this. And instead, what I'm asking is what can council do to help out? And I would say definitely press ahead with more bike lanes and wider sidewalks to help the high-rise population in areas like this do without cars, and definitely be resistant to single-family homeowners who don't live here but who want to drive through here and oppose active transportation improvements. Green space is more important. Beloyal Parquet was initially conceived 50 years ago as an agreement between the private owner and the city. And this was a time when Toronto was known as the city that works, New York, run by the Swiss. And at that time, also Roland's Park nearby was increased by expropriating single family homes. And Oriole Park was similarly expanded. The Alexander Muir Gardens were moved to Lawrence Park in order to prevent the TTC from converting Oriole Park into parking for Forest Hill residents. So, I ask, how can the city now act as resolutely? And my answer is build the Davisville Yard project, which will expand Oriole Park, connecting it to the Beltline, as well as doing a corridor, a green space corridor to Yonge Street and Beloyal Street. It's going to cost a lot. And in the past, this neighborhood has contributed development funds that have been diverted to single family home areas. And now I'm
Final
asking
thoughts,
that
please,
you
Michael.
be sensitive. Yeah, final thought, be sensitive to spending money on funding the deck, which will help us and in turn recognize that the
Okay.
needs of densifying neighborhoods are comparable to neighborhood improvement areas, which have economic needs that need to be addressed. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Next speaker, Deputant is Lori Payne. Lori Payne, are you here? From Osmington Garofsky Development Corp. You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee.
Oh, no, there we go. Good morning, members of Toronto and East York Community Council and members of the public who have joined this public meeting. I want to thank Mr. Black, the previous deputant, for his comments. In many ways, we agree with him in terms of supporting active transportation and provision of public parks in the area, and we will certainly do our part through this application to support those objectives. Again, my name is Lori Payne. I'm Chief Operating Officer and EVP of Development for Osmington Garofsky Development Corp. OGDC is leading the development of 2 projects before Community Council today. The first is 33 Davisville or 60 Beloyal, which is item TE 10.5, which we're on now. And the second is 111-141 Davisville, which is TE 10.6. We are carrying out these developments in collaboration with the landowner, RPMS, which is an affiliate of CapREIT. In respect of this committee's time, I will speak to both agenda items now, and if there are questions specific to TE 10.6, I'm happy to take those when those come up on the agenda. First, I'd like to say that we support city staff recommendations for both applications. The proposed 2 new developments are infill residential buildings within an easy walk of Davisville subway station. They require no rental housing demolition. The projects before you will create 972 new housing units while retaining and protecting 579 units of existing purpose-built rental housing. No tenants will need to move as a result of the development. Thanks to the urging of Councillor Matlow, city staff, and the community, we've been able to incorporate a new public park into the proposed development at 60 Beloyal and 33 Davisville. This parkland combines parkland contributions from both development projects. The new park will be directly across the street from 2 recently secured parkland parcels that the city recently secured. Our new park will form part of a network of new community parks being established in Davisville Village. We are really excited that we were able to work with the city and the community to make this parkland happen. On that note, I'd like to extend our sincere thanks to Councillor Matlow, city staff, the South Eglinton and Davisville Residents Association, and particularly the tenants of 141 Davisville and 33 Davisville. These folks have given their time, attention, and ideas to making our proposals better, and they did. Everyone may not agree with everything in the proposed developments, but we worked hard to ensure that everyone had a chance to participate and be heard. Our team created websites, held open houses, conducted tenant surveys, and distributed digital and print information to ensure that current building residents were aware of the proposals and had a chance to provide input. In response to tenant feedback, the plans include elements such as new dog relief areas, new playgrounds that service the existing buildings. The new buildings will also include shared amenity spaces for use by new residents as well as the existing tenants. In advance of this meeting, we heard from a resident that they would like to see additional amenity space within the existing building at 33 Davisville. This is challenging because of the age and the structure of these older buildings, but CAPREIT is exploring this as a potential opportunity. RPMS and CAPREIT want to reiterate their commitment to clear, frequent, and transparent communication with tenants through the next phases of the developments. We recognize that construction can be disruptive, and we will work with tenants to develop a comprehensive construction management plan, and of course, make every effort to minimize that disruption. I will wrap up by saying that these two projects began with unique planning challenges, some of which at first might have seemed insurmountable. We are very pleased that through working with the councillor, staff, and the community, we were able to reach strong and good resolutions. On behalf of our team, I would like to acknowledge Shane Taylor and Oren Tamir and all the city staff who met with us many times over the course of the approval process to render a timely staff report. I've been planning developments in Toronto for 20 years, and in my view, the approach that we took on these two sites and that the staff took with these proposals demonstrates how the process can and should work.
Your final thoughts, please. Yeah, actually, your time.
We hope Community Council agrees, and we support the recommendations under items 10.5 and 10.6.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputy? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Councillor Matlin.
Yeah, I can speak. I don't need to ask questions at this point. So I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations, and I'll just speak to it for a moment because I'm absolutely convinced that this is the approach that we need to take when it comes to both development in the neighborhood, but also where there is understandable friction. When the applicant first came to us about their applications, both for 33 Davisville, but also for 141 Beloyal, rather, and 60 Beloyal and 33 Davisville and 141 Davisville, we were incredibly concerned. And it wasn't actually a debate over height and density or kind of that typical fight over development. The issue is that we, for as long as I've lived in the neighborhood, have had what we know as Beloyal Parquet, a green space, what we see as a park in a neighborhood that is already very dense. In many cases, the majority of people who use it every day neither have backyards, and some don't even have outdoor access to their units. It is where people go and get some sunshine and have a picnic and be together. And again, it wasn't an issue for us about even growth versus no growth. It's a matter of whether you have 2 people or 2,000 people in any given area, they should have park space. They should have a great quality of life. And that was the challenge. So we really focused in on what was important. We looked into the legal standing of the Beloyal Parquet, and we determined that it not only is not a city park, it actually belongs to the property owner, and we didn't have any legal standing to prevent a development there. Under the leadership of Oren Tamir in our planning division and his team, we've been doing work over the last few years to speak to all the different property owners in the Davisville Village neighborhood, and recognizing that rather than have a debate or a fight even over every ad hoc application, it makes more sense to look at the neighborhood holistically, to look at the community center that we're going to be building next to Davisville School, the new Davisville School that we have, The protection of the Sprint site at 140 Murden, where we're going to have affordable seniors housing. Looking at the different types of services, both soft and infrastructure, that we need to support our quality of life in this growing neighborhood. And we determined that park space was going to be critical for the success of this community. So I'm proud to say that through the support of these two applications, we're actually going to end up with more park space than we have today. We're going to have more park space in the Davisville neighborhood than we have today. And that's going to make this place better than they found it. And that's what it comes down to, doesn't it? It's not just about the building. It's about the test, which is, are they leaving the community better than they found it? And I can confidently say that the answer is yes in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Matlow. So all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is 10.6. 111 and 141 Davisville Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application. 1 second. 7. We do have speakers on this item. Christina Borowski, are you here? You come up to the table here. You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. You may start when you're ready.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Good morning. Good morning to council members. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning.
My apologies. I'm way ahead of myself.
Okay.
Give me a moment.
10.6.
Yep. Okay, let's go back to 10.6. Yeah, sorry, yes, 10.6. And we do have one speaker on item 6, Marilyn Miller. Here on.
If you're calling on phone number 416-473, please unmute and identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Fahim Karmali. I'm calling regarding item 10.
16482, please identify yourself.
Hello, this is Marilyn Miller. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You have.
I wasn't able to use the video, which I prefer because the link wasn't working for me today. I tried it out yesterday.
Okay. That's fine.
Anyway, I will make my presentation, okay?
All right, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead, you may start.
Yeah, so thank you for allowing me to participate. And I would like to read what I want to say. And I wish to participate in the public meeting as a resident of 141 Davisville Avenue by video conference, but I'm unable to. I wish to express concerns about the impact of the proposed 33-story building plan in its present form. 1, it will obscure our existing 21-story, I think it's 20-story building directly behind it, which will only be separated by a narrow driveway that currently accesses Davisville Avenue and the side street, Pailton Crescent. The plan will close access from Davisville Avenue, the main entrance to our building. 2, with our building disappeared from view, it is foreseeable that our building will be difficult to find for taxis, deliveries, and visitors, and hinder emergency access by first responders like firemen and ambulances. 3, our building faces north and will be completely blocked from sunlight and in constant shade and shadow. 4, the building will be so close to our building that privacy will be lost and require keeping blinds and curtains closed, adding more darkness. 5, it will degrade the quality of our building. It should be emphasized that this excessively tall building is being built over a very small plot of green space that covers our underground garage. It is like a building being built in our front yard. Previously, it was landscaped with a pond and fountain with wood pathways and seating around it and planters with flowers. 6, will the sewers and water infrastructure be able to handle another tall building on our street as it is already heavily built and our driveway already floods with heavy rain? And in summary, number 7, this proposal needs to be scaled down to realistic proportions. And by that, I mean it not being taller than our building so we are still visible. And I also cannot be happy about no access to Davisville, having to access only by a small side street. And this is of great concern in the loss of quality of life in our building. And going through the 2 to 3 year building construction. Anyway, I know I'm just one person, but I really hope I'm speaking for most of the tenants in this building. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Councilor Matlow.
I'm going to move the staff recommendation, but I want to speak directly to Marilyn's, I think, some of the most significant concerns. First of all, as Marilyn and many residents may know, there already was a development approved many years ago at the tribunal on this site. So with respect to construction, which is always difficult, if we're to be honest, that isn't in question. Like, there will be a redevelopment on this site. That's not what we're deciding today. The decision is, are we going to be supporting the revised proposal? And ever since the province revised our own Midtown in Focus plan, OPA 405, there has been an allowance for more heights. So then the question for us became, do we oppose it just to oppose it, just to look like we're opposing it, frankly? And politically, that's always the easier way. Or do we look at this pragmatically and recognize that this is an area that is designated for more housing, but also, as I said about the earlier item, see what we can do pragmatically to improve the quality of life of the residents who live here today and the new residents who will move here tomorrow. And we did that. This site will be better planned. There's going to be a mid-block connection. There's going to be a lot of improvements to the site. There's going to be a POPs. But the money that we are receiving through the benefits charge is actually going to be put into the pool to contribute to that big park that we just discussed on the last item. So in other words, what we're doing is that we're putting money together from various projects to create the significant park for the community, which ultimately will improve the quality of life of the community. I know it's hard. These debates are difficult, but I'd rather deal with this in an honest, straightforward way about actually how to improve the community than get into a debate over something that ultimately will be approved here or the tribunal anyway. So I'd rather actually get a good deal for the neighborhood, and that's what we're doing.
Okay, thank you. So you're moving staff's recommendations? Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, Councilor Matlow. The next item is 10.7, 147 to 153 Vaughan Road, rental housing demolition application. We do have deputants in this item. And again, I'm going to have to call up Christine Borowski. My apologies to you for the mix-up.
Okay. Good morning to members of the council. Thank you for allowing me to have the opportunity to address you today. My name is Christine Borowski, and I reside at 145 Vaughan Road. It is a single detached house, which is located immediately south of the proposed development. I attended the meeting of the Committee of Adjustment on November the 29th. It was there that I expressed my opposition to the proposed development of a 12-story rental structure. I felt that the minor variances proposed and approved by the committee are major and not minor. In terms of build forms, I objected to the minor variances proposed, including ones pertaining to height, side setbacks, front and rear setbacks. As per the Framework Study Report of 2019, the maximum permitted height of the proposed building is 8 stories. The developer is requesting the addition of 4 more stories. The changes proposed, in my opinion, reflect significant changes to the height and density of the development, and its impact will be felt by myself and the owner of 143 Vaughan Road, whose property is adjacent to a 15-story Grove urban condominium that's already under construction. With these 2 constructions, my neighbor, who happens to be my sister, she and I will be sandwiched between 2 towering buildings. The developer is proposing changes to the south lot line setback of the property line to 0.1 meters. I repeat, 0.1 meters, as opposed to the 4.5 meter required by law. I requested that the Committee of Adjustment take into consideration the need for a reasonable setback beside my single detached home. I'm concerned about the structural integrity of my 100-year-old home will be compromised, as the vibrations and the encroachment of construction activity will affect the foundation. Already, I have witnessed and experienced the vibrations created by excavation for the 15-story building beside 143 Vaughan Road. The house was shaking. My neighbor and I should not have to endure such safety concerns, and will vibrations from the excavation be properly monitored? There will be insufficient space for any future maintenance and repair as needed to the north side of my house. Can the developer also ensure that a proper water drainage system is installed to ensure that my basement is not flooded during times of heavy rainfall? Can the developer ensure that no debris, snow or ice falling from the proposed building damage the exterior of my house and garage and endanger my safety in my private garden? I have a window on the 2nd floor facing the south side of the proposed development. This room is used as a bedroom den. Fresh air will be restricted and I will not be able to clean or maintain it. The loading access to the proposed building is at the back on the south side. This means the vehicles will be going from the laneway and turning in right beside my garage. Will the structure of the garage be impacted by development? By the way, this laneway already accommodates busy vehicular traffic from the existing neighbor, 100 Raglan to the south, proposed development already under construction, and open flats. Traffic will only increase with the proposed development. Construction guidelines I'm quite concerned about. Regrettably, my neighbor at 143 has had to contact 311 and file complaints with the Toronto Building Inspection. The developer had not properly provided safety netting, and as a result, excavated dirt, including rocks, was dropped into her property, both front and backyard. In addition, the side of her house and garage had been caked in mud. My neighbor should not have had to endure such encroachment onto her property, as well as fearing for her own safety in her own backyard. I fear that the same will happen with me. I'd also like to acknowledge that we did contact Councillor Matlow's office, and we were able to, they were able to help us as well. Thank you very much. Can I be ensured that my trees on my property are not damaged? Regrettably, the tall fir tree in the backyard of 143 Vaughan Road was damaged as the arborist mistakenly cut approximately 3 meters from the top of the tree. I request that my private property be respected and that any trees on my property not be disturbed in any way. I would like to acknowledge the fact that I am aware of the need for affordable housing. However, should developers be allowed to tear down affordable existing housing? I'm concerned for the senior long-term residents who live in the buildings of 147 and 151 to 53. They've lived there for over 20 years and consider their apartments a home and not simply a unit. How about the residents who are not eligible for rental replacement? When they are evicted, will they receive any compensation? Will they be eligible for any rehousing benefits? Will their lives be affected? Will they be able to find affordable housing in the area that they currently enjoy? I also want to express concern for the residents of 155 to 157 Vaughan Road, a three-story century rental building who live immediately to the north of the proposed development. Proposed setback of 0.1 will seriously impact a current shared pathway and prevent access from their backyard and laneway to the front sidewalk. I understand that this proposed project has been planned for many years. This project not only will impact my situation, but those of my neighbors. Many in the surrounding area are not made aware of the changes taking place and their opportunity to address the council. They may not be property owners, but they are stakeholders who have a vested interest in the development of their neighborhood. Finally, I'd like to conclude by saying during the Committee of Adjustment discussion the variance requested, one committee member commented that change is hard. He said change is hard. Yes, change is very hard as I see my community changing completely. He also alluded to the fact that homeowners like me impede the development and growth of the city. I found the comments to be extremely offensive and not based in any truth. I was astounded by these comments. I'm not here to oppose reasonable development in Toronto. I'm here to simply express my legitimate concerns for the integrity of my home, my quality of life in this development, if this development moves forward, and express concerns for my neighbors that live in the building proposed for demolition. Am I considered an inconvenience because I choose to live in the house and the community that I love? I'm greatly concerned about any future developments on Vaughan Road and on those in the surrounding area.
Your final thoughts, please.
Yes. Within the next 10 years, 3 30-story buildings are proposed at the corner of Bathurst and Sinclair, and 5 30-story buildings are proposed for Rakeland Avenue, a narrow residential street. Frankly, this proposal and any future proposals for buildings of similar height and density will erode the character of a well-established, family-oriented, humid Cedarville community. I do not consider the proposed project to be a good fit for the existing
thank you.
community. Thank you very much.
Any questions for the deputants? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. The next person to speak is Bianca Breedna. Are you here? You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. You may proceed.
Hi, my name is Bianca Brinda. I live at 147 Vaughan Road. I lived there for close to 30 years. And now my question is, for the past 2 years, the building has been infested with cockroaches. I personally sprayed my building 12 times in the past 2 years, and it's been wearing me down, not just physically, but emotionally. It's been really hard. Now, my question is, I believe that we've been said that if the proposal for demolition is gonna come through, that we'll be given 60 days to vacate the premises. Now, most of you know how difficult it is to find a place in the city. And 60 days is definitely not enough, in my opinion. And also, the management said that, well, since I lived there for 30 years, my rent is fairly low, and it's gonna be really, really difficult for me to find a place. Now, they said that they will pay the difference, but I question, well, the new building that they're proposing to build is gonna take at least 2-3 years to build. Now, who's gonna pay the increases? Since my rent is fairly low, I won't be able to afford it. Now, my second question is, I don't have a credit. How am I gonna find a place without credit? Most of the places now are basically rented by real estate people. And since I don't have a credit, how am I gonna even find a place? As I said, I lived in this place for 30 years. I renovated the place with my own money at least 6 or 7 times. So this is gonna cause real hardship for me, because I know in the very beginning they were offering us some money to move out, but to move out, it's crazy because I can't afford to live in a new place because the rents have just exploded. At one point, Andrew Scores, who works for the city, he told me that the management will find us a place. However, that fell through because when we had our first meeting, they said that no, that's not gonna happen, that we have to find our own place. So basically, I'm just wondering, who's gonna pay the rent increase once I find a new place? Who's gonna take care of that? Anyways, I'm just worried because I'm a senior citizen. I don't get very much money. There is a backyard where I created a garden. I've taken care of the garden, and all the people in the building have been enjoying it. So I don't know where it's all gonna lead, so I'm concerned. So I don't know if anybody can answer my questions in regards the questions that are proposed. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. I think Councilor Matlow may speak to you afterwards.
Okay.
Next person to speak is Christopher Sipek. Are you here? Online? No? Okay. Okay, Daniela Mergerton. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee.
I have a number of things to say, and I'm going sort of ad lib. I live at 147 Vaughan Road. I've been very involved in this process because I also am a senior. And would like to mention that I was glad that the city had, at my deputation, 5 years ago, almost 6 years ago, started EPIC, since I was losing my neighborhood of 43 years. Which was a real hardship because I don't have family. My community becomes my family. And anyway, the consultation process, and Josh, I'm really disappointed. I mean, I can see you're very busy with Davidsville, but however, we called you. I had to get a community meeting because our seniors don't have Wi-Fi, which is something that we need to look at the city if we want to talk to people that seniors get, are not left behind. So when we had the community meeting, because I wanted to make sure that we had something, you were actually there. You were supposed to be one of the moderators. You didn't even send city staff, and I did write you an email because I know you. I've known you for a long time. I voted for you, and I really felt that the last 2 years in our community, you've been MIA. I also know that, with the TDC hubs that we're developing, I can see, I'd like
One
you
moment,
to be
please.
more.
You're speaking through the chair, not to the counselor.
Oh,
okay?
I'm looking at it. Can I not look at anybody?
You can, but you call him by name. You just say through the chair.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I'm not that well process oriented. I don't do it very often. Okay, Mr. Chair. So where was I? In terms of, being process oriented. I mean, even the consultations have been flawed. And I found out that Olivia Chow has, or Mr. Chair, that it has streamlined a process where community consultations are not well developed, like we had to fight for it. The signage that have been on properties for community consultations are so small you can't see them from the sidewalk. We already have a real traffic problem where we are. The new building that's being proposed for 147 Vaughan has 10 parking spaces, and how many units is it? Can't remember, but it's over 100 units with 10 parking spaces. We already have parking issues where we are. I love that neighborhood. I have spent 2 years to I'm involved with the churches there. I'm involved because I do advocacy. I'm all about, fighting for justice. And to be relocated, it took me 2 years. I cried all throughout my move. It took me 2 years to create another home. I'm 67, and that's another thing I'd like to say. Being proactive with the seniors, we already don't have enough senior housing. How are we going to, in 15, 20 years, we're going to have a crisis on our hands with seniors being homeless? And I also would like to speak about my, I'm really glad Council Perks is here, the EPIC. It saved my butt. And I know I'd come back to you guys thanking you and saying, well, listen, please put more money into it because it was a city budget and I'd like others to have a chance to actually do it, which happened. But I am now facing this. There's I got a $500 subsidy. It doesn't serve me anymore. And now with this pending demolition, it's a real hardship. And can we look at, either raising the subsidy or moving into another transition to another subsidy? That's really important. Yes, and I wanted to speak, Paula Fletcher isn't here, but I wanted to speak to this also because it is something I was offered. I've been on a housing list forever. I was offered a place in Paula Fletcher's ward, and I found out they wanted me to get everything together they phoned me on a Thursday, wanted me to have everything together on Monday at 3 o'clock. I don't have a lot of time. Anyway, the point is,
5 seconds.
most seniors cannot do that in 2 days. And I know the push is coming from the city to please look at that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any questions for the Deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Councilor Matlow?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to move the recommendation. I want to speak to what this is and what this isn't, because I think that there is perhaps a misunderstanding about what we're actually deciding today.
Can you speak up a little bit?
I apologize. Is this better? Okay. So the question of whether or not the variances would be approved, as many of you know, was decided in December of last year at the Committee of Adjustment, which is an arm's length body of council. Today is not the day that we're deciding whether or not to approve the project. It was approved. It can be confusing when, I know the term that's used here is demolition application. What this really does is that it triggers our ability to use what's called Section 111 of the City of Toronto Act. And what that does is provides us an opportunity to negotiate protections for the existing tenants. Okay? So there was a question earlier about, what kind of protections could that entail? Well, the outcome isn't determined yet. This initiates that process where you work with housing staff. But it can include such as moving costs. It could include, as you were asking about, maybe the gap between the rent you pay now and what you might be asked if you live nearby during the construction period. It could be a right of return to the new building once it's developed. There's a number of things that we can negotiate to make sure that the existing tenants are protected. So I just want to clarify that not only has there been a lot of attention on this, but that this isn't actually when we're deciding on the development. That was the CFA. This is now about how can we go to bat for the tenants to make sure that you have every protection under the law to support your ability to remain in Midtown where you belong, in your homes, in your neighborhoods, for as many years as you choose to. And during the transition, during the redevelopment, that you have that support, that you're not just left out on your own. So that's what we're going to be fighting for on your behalf. With respect to those of you who live adjacent to the property, our work at our office is not done supporting you through any construction can be awful. And we need to work with you to make sure that everything from traffic to noise to dust to, the cowboy contractor who thinks that 2 o'clock in the morning is a good idea to drill, we want to be there with you to work with you, and we will be there with you. Okay, so I just wanted to kind of give you both that assurance, but also just to explain exactly what this is. We're not decided on the development. We're deciding to move forward with the protections that we need to negotiate right now. So I hope that clarifies where we're at.
Thank you, Councilor Madlow.
Speaking with you.
There was a bit of a blip. Someone did not make my list. Staff just informed me that there's someone that registered yesterday to speak on this item. So I'm going to hold down this item for a second and see if they're here. Helen Borowski, are you here? Helen Borowski? Okay. Okay. So we'll go back to the item and we will vote on the item. All those in favor of moving staff's recommendations? All those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. The next item is item 10.8. 83 to 89 Queen Street East and 119 to 127 Church Street, zoning bylaw amendment and rental housing demolition application. We do have two deputants in this item. The first deputant is Julie Bukarev. Bukarev, are you here? Yes. Okay, you want to come up and speak? You have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. Can we proceed?
Is it working? Firstly, I want to thank the East York Council, especially Councilors Chris Moisey and Asma Malik, who are the two councilors directly in my area. My name is Julie Bukarev, and I live and operate a business. It's a commercial residential building at 76 Richmond Street East in Ward 13. I share a lane with the property. For the last 19 years, I have occupied this space. I see a very large list of requirements from city staff, and I wonder why we are here when these items are not yet completed. I support the recommendations and the requirements by city staff, though there are issues that city staff has missed and there wasn't an appropriate consultation. Half of the time for the only consultation that existed was hijacked by Jill Pensalozza for a platform for mayor, which Chris Moisey was there and eventually shut him down, but it didn't give the community appropriate time for consultation. I want to list a couple of issues that are my concerns, and I wish for council to adopt them in their recommendations. So firstly, I'd like to see the adaptation of the BIA master plan, as one side of this property that is on Diddy Lane is actually on the border of this BIA. I sit on this board on a board level. The BIA is that it's currently in is a defunct BIA, the Queen Street East property. So I ask that the developers work with St. Lawrence Market BIA and for this to be adapted for the property. I'm also asking City Council and staff to demand that the public lane, Diddy Lane, be maintained in all its entirety. We have concerns that the neighboring tenants won't have access to their property for a fire lane, for parking their cars, for deliveries and whatnot. I do not see how this property is going to be offloading and onloading, and there has been talk at one time for them to use the lane. So this would block all of our access to the properties on Richmond Street and the Allied property, which is at the end of the lane. I'd like to see city staff make these recommendations in their reports, and that there is a proper consultation plan for construction management. This was not identified on their site plan application. I think it's something that really should have been addressed as to where they are going to do this. Currently with the streetcar rerouting on Queen Street, it's currently routing down Church Street, which causes already a major traffic problem on Church because the pickup now for the streetcar for Queen is on Church. So until the streetcar is able to go through Queen all the way, we have this major traffic problem. And I know that they won't get an allowance to put any offloading on Church or Queen because they would be disrupting public transit. So my concern is that it then is going to land in Diddy Lane, which will obstruct our access to our properties. I am also concerned that the current plans that have been submitted are showing the property line in the wrong spot. I think it just needs to be another foot away, and that would really make a change for where the center line is considered. So my current property line, I know because we are doing our own small building project, we have to be a certain meters away from the center line of the building, and this property is not. It is only 1 meter away, and it is going to be a concern for these residential properties so close to all of our properties. So I would like this item to be deferred to the next council meeting for city staff to relook at these concerns that I feel that they have missed. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for coming in today. Any questions for Deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in. Julie, next up is Mitch Gascoigne. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee.
Hello, everyone. I'm, excuse me, my name is Mitch Gascoigne. I'm a partner at Center Court Developments. I'm the applicant for this file. We made this application in July 2022. I've been working over the last almost 2 years consulting with staff, particularly Heritage, ECS, housing, and urban design. And I think we've found a solution that we're all happy with. It's a building that I'm proud to develop in the future. As it relates to Julie's comments, and I thank her for those, the property is surrounded with heritage buildings. And the proposal that we have is to maintain facades of the majority of those heritage buildings, and then to remove and replace one of them to allow us to stage for construction off of Diddy Lane. Our intention is to not block the lane. We have substantial experience building in the downtown, specifically in this ward, in tight surroundings adjacent to neighbors. We're also widening the lane as part of the application, and we have fully internalized loading. So I'm confident that through the site plan process, we can satisfy any issues that the neighbors may bring up. I'm happy to continue to consult through that process, through the future construction staging application, and all of the things that I'll need to do to eventually bring this forward and start construction. I support the recommendations and make myself available to any questions of Community Council.
Thank you. Any questions to Deputant? Seeing none, thank you. So I see my staff has actually reached out to Julie and given her card, and we'll continue having conversations. And I know that city staff's working hard on this, has worked and continue to work hard on this project with collaboration with the applicant. So I'm going to adopt staff's recommendation on this item. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is 10.9, 69 Yonge Street and 3 King Street East, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. We do have deputants on this item. Alex Savanu, are you here? You have 5 minutes to speak to the committee. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, council members. My name is Alex Savanu. I am an associate planner with Bellsfields and agent for the application. I just wanted to take a few minutes of your time to thank staff for all their hard work and dedication on the file over the past year and a half, specifically Heritage Preservation and City Planning and Paul Johnson. Thank you very much. I really do think this is a proposal that we can all be very proud of. What this proposal represents is an important opportunity to breathe new life into an important heritage building at one of the city's most prominent intersections through restoration and rehabilitation and adaptive reuse for residential purposes. I think collectively what this proposal achieves and ensures is the future success of this building long into the future. So with that being said, I have reviewed the staff report. We have no issues with the recommendations, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Or for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you.
Matthew Kingston, are you here? You have 5 minutes to speak to the committee. Go ahead.
My name is Matt Kingston. I'm the Executive Vice President of Development and Construction for H&R REIT. We are the owners of the property. Just echoing the comments made by my colleague, I think we're, after a long time of deliberation with staff and with the neighborhood, just wanted to thank both Paul and the planning team and Heritage, as well as the local BIA and Suzanne Kavanaugh for their leadership on this file. We'll keep it curt. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. I'm multitasking. That was item 13, right? I know. Nine? That's me. I'm going to adopt staff's recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 10.10, 1134 Queen Street East, zoning bylaw amendment application. We do have a deputant in this item. Ryan Doherty, are you here? Ryan Doherty? Okay, you have 5 minutes to report to the committee. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ryan Doherty. I'm a land use planner and associate with Bousfields. I am the agent to this application and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. The rezoning application before you today seeks to permit the development of the site with a 6-story mixed-use building containing 29 dwelling units and at-grade retail space. We are in support of the recommendations from community planning staff, which recommend approval of this rezoning application. This proposal is a prime example of the type of infill development that we need along our main streets, such as Queen Street East. Given that the site is currently vacant and has been vacant for quite some time, the proposed mix of residential and retail uses will enhance and animate the street in a manner that conforms with the policies in the official plan for the city's avenues. We attended a city-led community consultation meeting back in November 2023, and since that time, we have been working with staff to address comments raised on the development proposal, and I would like to thank staff for working with us on this application. We think that the proposal before you today addresses some of the primary concerns that were raised, particularly those regarding rear transition, and we intend to continue to work with staff through the site plan approval process. I will leave it there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant, for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Councillor Perks, on behalf of Councillor Fletcher, item 10.10.
If we could hold that until Councillor Fletcher is here.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can do that. Next item is 10.11, 40 Walmer Road, zoning bylaw amendment application. Councillor number 11, Councillor Sachs. Sachs, right? It's okay.
London Street? Walmart. 40 Walmart Road?
Should I hold this down?
No, it's, yes, no, I'm fine with this. Do we have any difference?
No deputants.
I move the staff recommendation.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.12, 1728 Bloor Street West, zoning bylaw amendment application. Councillor Perks? Is anyone here to speak to this item? Any applicants? Seeing none. Councillor Perks?
Just move the staff recommendations.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.13, 15 to 17 Elm Street, zoning bylaw amendment application. Anyone here to speak to this item? Seeing none. Councillor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations. Also, if we could next go back to 10.4 since it's our deputies.
Okay, is your mic on?
Sorry. I am going to move the staff recommendations and also like to request if we could, we go back to 10.4 since there are deputants at your earliest convenience.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
1 second. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Yeah, all those in favor of doubling staff's recs on this item? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to the one item. Which item was that again? 10.4. Lisa Ward Mather, are you here? This is for the 914 Bathurst Street official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee. Go ahead.
Good morning, I'm Lisa Ward Mather. I'm a senior associate at Bousfields. I am a planner on behalf of the applicant on this item, and I'm here to express support for the staff recommendation, which is to approve the applications. I want to thank planning staff, in particular Chris Pariah and David Dredger, for their work through the process. I believe the process has resulted in a really great project. Also, the councilors' staff has been very helpful in facilitating conversations with the community and on various issues. I'm here to answer any questions, but I'll keep it short in the interest of time.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Confirm that you're content with my amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker on this item is George Patricio. Are you here? Okay, online, are you here?
Me?
Okay, you have 5 minutes to present.
Good morning.
Yes, go ahead, proceed.
Can I share my screen if possible as I'm speaking?
1 second, are you able to? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, share. Okay. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is George Patricio. I live at 22 Barton Avenue for the last 55 years. I wanted to begin by saying I'm not against having a condo be built at this location. I am opposed to having all the traffic created by this condo being imposed on such a small lane. My property runs parallel up the lane and west side of Old Cruikshank. I have been told that the minimum 6 meters is the standard for new lane width, as per Chapter 2, Item 5C of the official plan. This width is not acceptable for entrances to a laneway. It does not accommodate the turning radiuses of the new SU commercial straight trucks. The minimum width, as per TAC, Transportation Association of Canada, for commercial and residential entrances to a lane is 7.2 meters wide. And the maximum, as per Toronto Standard Drawing T310.05-1, the application by developer mentioned using the TAC standard. Please see attached on my letters. I am asking, I have discussed this with all relevant city departments and planners. They are saying 6 meters is a standard. My greatest concern is that there is not enough room for these trucks to safely enter and exit this lane without damage to private property. I have been recording the damage to my property by vehicles entering and exiting the laneway for the many years. I have many records that I could show you. There's a link provided on my letter that I've submitted. Today, I am demanding that before there is a shovel in the ground, that the city does the right thing. The laneway entrance must be constructed to ensure a minimum width of 7.2 meters. This could be accommodated by narrowing the bullnose currently on the plans, or by reducing the height of the bullnose to a minimum of 30 millimeters, which would make it a semi-mountable curve and allow trucks to maneuver. I also wanted to say that 10 stories should be the max, not 12. I must be able to coexist with my neighbors without fear of ongoing property damage or worse. I hope the logic will be used in your recommendations. I pay my taxes, I do my part, I clean my laneway, I keep my house in good standings. I love where I live. My children will enjoy where I live for the future. So I'm going to share just some quick, can anybody see?
We cannot see your slide deck, unfortunately.
Oh, really?
We have given you authorization to share.
Yeah, Windows Chrome tab. Oh, here we go.
You have 1 minute left.
Yeah, right here, real quick. Can they see that?
Yes, we're able to see that now. Thank you.
Okay, so there's a picture of property damage to my property. Here's a picture of a truck running over my property, just happened last week. Here's a truck, a Coca-Cola truck trying to come to deliver to Domino's Pizza. Here's the truck turning. Obviously, there's not enough room and there will not be enough. Here's another truck leaving with all the cars parked on the other side. There's not enough room for turning radiuses. And really quickly at the front, as here on the side of the drawing, turning radiuses have been shown for smaller trucks, not large trucks. I thank you all for your time, and I hope you consider this in future recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the deputy? Councilor Sachs.
Yes, Mr. Patricio.
Okay, hello, Mr. Patricio. Thank you for your deputation. I just want to confirm you've been very clear about your concerns throughout this process, and you've had the opportunity to speak to planning staff, correct?
Yes, I have.
And to transportation staff
That's correct.
on multiple occasions?
That's correct.
And you have shown them your drawing and your photos and all of your concerns?
Yes, I have.
And you've specifically raised this question as to whether there is adequate turning radius for the kinds of trucks that'll need to serve this building. You've raised that with staff.
I have raised that with staff, but they've turned it down and say that it's acceptable the way it's been presented. But I totally disagree because they show a small truck turning radiuses. They do not show the large SUV truck as recommended by TAC. As stated on their drawings, they follow the TAC situation. That I disagree totally with the recommendations of the staff. I think they're wrong.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for coming. Thank you for coming today. Next deputant is Fahim Karamali. Karmali, are you here? Online? No? Okay, it's not here. Councilor Sachs.
Questions for staff, please. So, I'm not sure who I should be asking about this. Maybe there's someone here from Transportation. So you are aware of Mr. Patricio's concerns. You've discussed them on multiple occasions. Why are you satisfied that there's enough room here for trucks to turn?
Through the chair, the applicant is going to be widening the existing public lane to achieve the width identified in the official plan to get us to 6 meters. In addition, vehicle maneuvering diagrams have been provided through the submission of the transportation assessments that confirm that city garbage trucks can enter and exit the site using the public lane as widened.
Right. Mr. Patricio has asserted many times that your drawing shows a turning radius for a small truck and not for the large trucks that use the lane. Have you evaluated the space needs for large trucks?
It's been evaluated using the city's city garbage truck dimensions. In terms of a larger TAC dimension, I can't speak to that. It should also be noted that Solid Waste Management does also review the submissions, and they provide comments accordingly as well.
Good, and are they satisfied that there's enough room with this drawing?
I'm not aware of any objections from Solid Waste Management to the loading arrangement.
All right. Now, Mr. Patricio suggests that you should let trucks drive over the bullnose part of the sidewalk. What is the city's position on encouraging trucks to drive over sidewalks?
Obviously, for safety reasons, we do not encourage that. The laneway entrance will be widened. Some of the existing physical constraints at the laneway will be removed. So there are, for example, some hydro poles at the entrance of the laneway that will be relocated through when the lane is widened. So it will provide additional and improved access to and from the lane for larger vehicles.
Right. Have you considered requiring the applicant to put in a bollard or some other physical barrier to protect Mr. Patricio's property from the kind of damage that he tells us he keeps incurring?
Some of those conditions, those measures, perhaps we can look at that through the site plan controls. A lot of the details of the actual finalization of the plans don't happen until we get to the site plan stage of the review. So that's something that we can take back and examine.
Can I have your commitment that in the site plan review, you will be taking seriously Mr. Patricio's concerns?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We're going to hold this item down for a second because we found Mr. Fahim Karmali. He was a number on the
Okay.
screen. So you have 5 minutes to depute Mr. Kamali, are you here?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I sit on the board for the Music Gallery, which is a tenant in 918 Bathurst Street. And so I just wanted to sort of raise a note of caution for the developer and their future condo residents. So at the Music Gallery, we're the Toronto Centre for Creative Music, and we've been in this space for about 7 years now. And the venue itself, the owners of the venue 918 Bathurst, are an institution in their own right, and they've built a legacy behind them, as they've been in that location for many, many years. So 918 Bathurst themselves are an arts and culture institution. So they've held many arts installations, private events, music events, and we at the Music Gallery, we have held many events, music festivals, concerts, and just general community music events that we've hosted and held at the 918 venue. So, Toronto has a very limited space for the arts and culture world. There's we're slowly running out of spaces for music events and to host music festivals. And 918 Bathurst, like I said, has a legacy and is a real institution in the arts and culture scape of Toronto. And it's not going anywhere. So there is while we're happy to see housing in the transit areas come up, obviously we are a music venue. We will be having music concerts, festivals, and so I would, I understand that any potential purchasers of the condo units will be made aware, but I'm sure it'll be nicely tucked away in the thick document that they get when they purchase. As I said, this was really just a note of caution to say we will still be there after the building's built, and we will still be hosting many music events. So we hope that the condo owners become one of our patrons as opposed to part of a rebellion. So that was really my comment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the deputant? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Karmali. Just certainly wanted to acknowledge and echo your comments about the importance of the music gallery as a music space in the city. And I just want to confirm you're not objecting to the application, but you just want to make sure that condo owners are warned that there will be music from next door to try to reduce future noise conflicts. Is that right?
Yes, in a nutshell, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, I have a question arising from that for staff.
Okay.
All right, to the planning staff, please, can you tell us, please, what you've done to address this risk of a future conflict between the important work of the music gallery and this new condo?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Councillor, I'm over here. We've been working with the applicant. We had actually some townhome units on Bathurst that have been relocated to Barton, they used to be directly adjacent to the music venue. We're also working with the applicant through site plan to ensure that future purchasers will be aware that there is a music venue to the north.
Okay, and how are you going to make sure they're aware?
It goes into title.
Okay, is that going to be dealt with at site plan?
Correct.
All right. And have you looked at whether there is adequate noise separation between the music venue and this building?
So the wall adjoining the music venue is a party wall. There's no windows on that frontage, and then the upper levels are stepped back 5.5 meters from the property line.
All right, have you looked at whether there is adequate noise attenuation at that party wall? Party walls are a notorious source of noise problems.
That's something we'll continue to work with the applicant through on the site plan application.
Okay, so again, do I have your commitment that everything possible will be done to improve the noise attenuation there?
Yes, you do.
Okay, thank you. Should I be dealing with that in the motion? Should I be adding something about that in the motion? I mean, this is an obvious train wreck heading our way if we don't deal with it, right? If you have music and people right next door, there's a conflict. So
it won't be necessary to put in the motion for rezoning. We'll work through it to site plan.
okay, thank you. All right. So I don't have any other questions for staff.
Okay, so are you moving staff's recommendation?
I'm moving a motion first.
Okay.
I will be moving staff's recommendation, but subject to a motion. First of all, I do want to speak to Mr. Patricio for a moment. Mr. Patricio, again, we know you've been very, very clear about your concerns, and it is, I mean, we rely on city transportation staff to tell us exactly these things, like what is the turning radius required for a garbage truck. But you've heard that I have a commitment that in the site plan process, this will continue to be addressed. You can continue to follow up with community planning staff throughout the site plan process, as I'm sure you will anyway. But we've heard you, and it is important, and I have their commitment that they're going to address it. Similarly, Mr. Karmali, same thing. I've spent many years as an environmental lawyer trying to resolve after the fact conflicts on noise that were set up by bad planning decisions, and I do not want to be in the middle of that again. And so absolutely, this is, thank you for drawing this to our attention. I'm glad that community planning is aware of it. I want confirmation that the applicant's aware of it. Yes, you're aware you're going to work on this. You don't want future complaints either, right? So thank you. We keep an eye on the site plan process. Keep speaking up for it. Your point, you have a really valid point. Other than that, thank you to staff for the recommendations. My motion is the usual things that you've seen from me on every application, looking for better environmental standards at this building, off-site parkland dedication, because when we just get money, we don't get parks by and large, and we continue to be working on community benefit. As suggested by the eminent Mr. Tamir, we have general terms now for CBCs so we don't have to rush, and we have time to work with the community to identify an appropriate community benefit, which we do want to have done in kind. So with that, I'd ask your support for my motion and for, as amended, the staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor of this motion? As amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Next item is item 10.14, 2575 and 2625 Danforth Avenue zoning bylaw amendment application, rental housing demolition and conversion application, and site plan control. This is Councillor Bradford. Any speakers? Nope.
Okay, thanks very much. I'd like to adopt the staff recommendations, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 10.15, Dawes Road zoning bylaw amendment application. Any speakers on this item? Seeing none, Councillor Bradford.
Adopt the staff recommendations, please.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.16, 4557 to 93 Belol Street, community benefits charge in kind offer. Any speakers on this item? Seeing none, Councillor Matlow. Should I hold it down or you're good? Item 10.16, 45 to 57 to 93 Belloil Street.
No, I certainly move, I move the item, and this will contribute to the park space that I described earlier.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. 10.17, demolition of heritage properties with conditions, 938, 944, and 950 King Street West, and 95, 97, and 99 Strachan Avenue. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik. Any deputations? Nope, seeing none. 10.17.
I'd like to move the staff recommendations, please.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item TE 10.18, 127 Church Street and 89 Queen Street East, alterations to heritage properties, and 119 Church Street, removal of a heritage building, authority to enter into heritage easement agreement. Any deputations on this item? Seeing none. And that is my item. I'm going to adopt staff's recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item T 10.19, there is a speaker on this item. 69 Yonge Street and 3 King Street East, alterations to designated heritage property and authority to enter into heritage easement agreement. We do have a speaker on this item. 1019. Matthew Kingston, are you here? Matthew Kingston, going once. Matthew Kingston, going twice. Okay. On this item, I am going to adopt staff's recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Item 10.20, designation of the Cabbagetown Southwest Heritage Conservation District under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Are there any deputants on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to adopt staff's recommendations. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. Items 10.21, 101 Heath Street West, residential demolition application. Any deputants? Seeing none, Councillor Matlow.
I'll move the approval with conditions.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Was that?
Anybody has
Oh, sorry. It has to be displayed.
Yeah, it's just 3 options.
Which options are you choosing? Councilor Matlow? Yeah, you're choosing option which? Option are you choosing? There's,
Oh,
oh, it's all 2,000.
yeah, that, I think it's a package of conditions,
Okay,
isn't it?
all right.
So I approve all of that.
All right, all those in favor? Opposed, carried. It wasn't displayed, so I had to go back and do it again, sorry. Okay. All right, item 10.22. Changes to Business Improvement Area Board of Management.
Yeah, Councillor Fletcher had an amendment to delete a name that is no longer relevant.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion? And as amended, all those in favor? Opposed, carried, thank you. Where are we at now? Okay, item 10.24, 980 Dufferin Street slash 1141 Bloor Street West, TTC Tunnel Construction, stages 1 and 2. Construction staging area, we do have deputants on this item. We have several, actually. The first person is Adam Rogers. Are you here? Okay, it's online. Mr. Rogers, can you hear me?
Yes, I just got unmuted.
Okay, you have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Okay, perfect, thanks. So I'll keep this short because there's other people to speak this item that I'm sure have even greater insight. But let's be honest, the issue at hand is that we'll be closing the Bloor bike lane just near Dufferin for a certain stretch of that for 10 months, which, let's be honest, just how construction goes, I'm sure it's going to be longer. And this is probably the worst outcome for everyone involved. It's worse for drivers because they'll have to share the road with bikes, which makes it more difficult for them. It's worse for pedestrians because, of course, many cyclists will make the safety conscious decision to go on the sidewalk. And we know, obviously, you're not supposed to, but we all know that's human nature. And let's just be honest, it's the most worst for, well, not exactly proper English, the least ideal for cyclists because they're in a more dangerous position by having to share one lane of traffic with cars. Let's see if we can find a way to keep bike lanes open. This is one of our major east-west bike lanes, and it's going to be a portion of it's going to be closed for a very long time. It is really going to, it's going to gum up the works of traffic for everyone and put everyone, not just inconvenience, but in a more dangerous position. I'm just going to mute myself because I'm assuming there's no questions and there's lots of other people to speak to it, and I imagine most of those folks will echo the same thing. So I just wanted to get that on record because this is basically worse for everyone.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of deputants? Seeing none, thank you. Allison Stewart, are you here? Okay, you have 5 minutes to depute to the committee. Go ahead.
And members of Toronto and East York Community Council. I am Alison Stewart. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Public Policy for Cycle Toronto, a charity that seeks to help the city improve its cycling network so that more people can discover the efficiencies that multimodal trips can bring to the city. This item is really challenging for us. I mean, it wasn't long ago in December when we first were working with Councillor Matlow's office regarding a development that was seeking to use the Midtown Yonge bike lane as a construction staging, and now on Bloor. Bloor historically is one of the most important bikeways in Toronto. It was one of the first. And over the years, it has really become a bike highway, and it has really added to the vibrancy of beginning in Bloor Street West, and we're now seeing that radiate across the city. And largely because it's the only east-west safe route for people who bike, who roll, and increasingly take other micromobility forms. Yes, construction is a necessary evil. The city is growing, but we firmly believe that, you know, building affordable housing, building luxury housing, which is happening at this site, shouldn't come at the expense of the safety for some of our most vulnerable citizens. You know, people who walk, who bike, who take transit, they're really going to be impacted by this closure. And I'd like to add that the businesses are also going to suffer because the bike couriers that have been the lifeblood of Toronto's economy throughout COVID, they rely on this bike lane 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And when a safe cycling route is closed, it becomes even more dangerous than not having a bike lane at all, because for those that aren't expecting this closure, and that goes the same for cars, if it isn't signed properly, if it isn't visible, then those are going to be some dangerous consequences, largely on the vulnerable users when they try to merge into vehicular traffic. So we're really, in this case, we're thankful, in the same case that we were on the site along Yonge, which has been deferred. Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Councillor Bravo, thank you very much for you and your team working with city staff at trying to find a solution that will improve the safety of people for the duration of the site. This site is really the size of a football field. The intersection of Bloor and Dufferin is a very busy and dangerous intersection. There's no safe cycling infrastructure on Dufferin. There have been collisions that have led to the deaths and serious road injuries. So we're really hoping that while the developer, the local councillor, and city staff find a solution that will improve the safety, we're also really calling on the city to find systemic and holistic processes in place that will prevent these kind of conflicts and issues happening before the permit for the developer is put forward for approval to council, so that it helps, you know, everyone can expect and work within the confines of their various spaces, because the public right-of-way, it's really public, and it shouldn't be impinged for the private construction. So all of that, thank you for your help and your time, and I will leave it to some other deputants, some of whom are deputing for the first time.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much, Alison, and to Cycle Toronto for your wise advice and collaboration on this. You know, as you know, what we're being conveyed here is an important tunnel, because we're adding thousands of people to the Dufferin corridor, thousands and thousands. And and in these denser neighborhoods, spaces at a premium. I'm interested in two things that you've raised. One of them is the nature of when these corridors are particularly dangerous and for whom. So let's start there. This is essentially like a micromobility highway that is being impacted. Is that something that when we think about having good like signage and maybe traffic agents take a look at the situation, when does that have to happen, and when are people most at risk by like a bike lane closure in a situation like this?
Thank you for your question. And I will add, I failed to mention that this corridor is also along one of Toronto's 2 subway lines. So this isn't just a micromobility corridor, it's also an important transit corridor, which moves thousands of people versus, vehicular traffic. It just takes up more space. It becomes really problematic and dangerous when cyclists are being forced to merge from a protected, safe environment into the traffic lane. And often these things have happened. We recently experienced it not so long ago along Bloor between Spadina and Avenue when the bike lane was closed, there was no notice. And cyclists who were biking eastward were forced to merge pretty much mid-intersection to the confusion of everyone. So it's really dangerous. And part of the challenge is maybe in this case, we can have signage that extends farther down the route, providing some suggested alternatives. But it really needs to be communicated far and wide and across the wards along the city, because you build a road or a bike lane, it isn't just for the people that live and work in that specific area. It's used by people to get from A to B. And so I think you're going to hear from the next speaker who lives, for example, in Ward 19, but bikes across to Ward 4 sometimes.
So in general, what we communicate line 2 is going to be closed for repairs. There's X Street has been shut down for an event. Do you think you're suggesting that we should take this approach because people are relying on these corridors to move around the city, and it's more dangerous for cyclists than anyone to find themselves in a situation where they're merging without, or they're unable to plan in advance. In addition to the signage, we need people to know. This is like the big closure.
And for example, and the city's been getting better at this, and I know they have to rely on Google, but making sure that the apps like Waze, like Google are up to date so that when cyclists are planning their route, those closures are in the app. Because that's where it becomes really dangerous. When you have folks that aren't regular users of the corridor, when they come and they suddenly find this closure, that becomes particularly dangerous for them.
And finally, this is not a unique situation. This is, we've tried to examine every alternative with staff, and I'm bringing a motion, and I'm still working on it. And thank you for your advice. You're suggesting that we need kind of a strategy that proactively looks to the future. In the Dufferin corridor, we're adding housing without many units and a great deal of without parking. The assumption is people will take transit and that they'll bike, that they'll cycle. So impeding cycling for a community when we're inviting thousands more, you're suggesting we need a proactive plan in the city to imagine how we do construction so that it can proceed, but they're also protecting people. Is that what you're suggesting?
Absolutely. And in fact, one of the selling features of this condo development will be, in fact, that it's a bikeable, walkable, vibrant neighborhood. Okay. And so thank you for all your work on this and at least getting traffic agents something.
Thank you for the appealing today.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Allison, as you know, a year ago, I had a motion passed at council asking transportation to do a better job protecting cyclist safety and protecting protected bike space along Bloor Street. It's almost a year ago. Have you seen any improvements since then?
Yes and no. One of the challenges, and certainly right now riding along Bloor, that's been somewhat improved along the Yonge and Bloor. This said, part of the challenge with keeping up with the safety of construction zones, it can be a bit like whack-a-mole. So there's all sorts of different types of construction that take place. And depending on the day or the time, might depend on whether or not the bike lane is being impeded. I will say that that progress has been made in the past year, specifically in terms of some of the work and conversations that transportation or traffic management has been doing and working with other departments to find processes and ways to make it more efficient, to one, review the developer permits and to find out a way of better enforcing them, as well as communicating that to the wider public. And in fact, it's probably a good moment to mention that on January 30th, Transportation Services is hosting a virtual town hall dedicated to what the city is doing to try to improve the safety for people who walk, people who have accessibility issues, cyclists, et cetera.
Right. And are you finding, first of all, do you, in your opinion, is it safe for example, children cycling to be mixed in with general traffic, given the way drivers conduct themselves in Toronto?
No. And that is one of the benefits of building complete streets that include protected bikeways. You see it when you see families, parents commuting with their children, and it's a wonderful thing to see. But yes.
So this assumption that some of the transportation staff still have, that it's okay to just throw cyclists in among cars and trucks. Do you agree that that's safe?
It is not safe, but I would like to say that I don't think that it's done with any kind of malice. I understand that currently being a North American city, the auto sector is certainly an important driver to Ontario's economy. Toronto is the center of that. So we tend to view things in our infrastructure around, making it easier for motorists to get around. And change is difficult. So we need to switch that pin, especially along transit corridors, because we can move up to 25,000 people an hour on transit and active mixed modal corridors versus focusing on vehicular traffic. And by doing so, we would also have more room on our roads for those that really need to drive because of their disabilities or accessibility issues.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Jennifer Lay, are you here? Jennifer Lay? She's online, okay. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 speakers on this item, so that should take us to lunch, and then we'll be back at 1:30, I guess. Jennifer
Hello?
Lay?
Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Hi, can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me?
You have 5 minutes.
Perfect. Good morning. Thanks, everybody. I live in the Toronto Danforth, Ward 14, and I'm a cyclist commuter. So I cycle to work every day in the financial district, and I also use cycling as my main mode of transportation throughout the city. My routes often start and end along the Bloor-Danforth corridor. This is actually my first time deputing and attending a community council meeting. And the reason I'm here today is because I feel that safe cycling infrastructure in the city of Toronto should be prioritized as it supports many of the city's long-term goals. First, a little bit about me. I was born and raised in the GTA, and I moved abroad in 2018 and lived in Stockholm for 4 years. It was there that I discovered the many benefits of using cycling as my primary mode of transportation around the city. There, I felt comfortable learning how to commute as a cyclist because of the extensive biking infrastructure that made me feel safe. When I moved back to Toronto in 2022, I was pleasantly surprised by how much progress the city had made in terms of biking infrastructure since I had left in 2018. The expansion of bike lanes makes cycling more accessible and safe for individuals. I can say that while I'm a fairly confident cyclist, I still exclusively only take routes in Toronto with protected bike lanes when getting around. I'm also one of the only regular cyclist commuters amongst my friends and acquaintances, and I have tried to advocate for the great cycling infrastructure we have in the city. Time and time again, I hear from them that while they're interested in cycling in the city, they're hesitant due to safety concerns. When I tell them about the protected bike lanes and the ability to search for these routes specifically on Google Maps to plan their trips, they become much more receptive to using cycling as a mode of transportation. Consistent and reliable bike lanes are really a game changer in encouraging more cyclists in the city by keeping them safe. Cycling is better for the environment, it's healthier for people, it increases foot traffic for local businesses, and it makes for a more connected community. If the city is serious about protecting the safety of its citizens, decarbonizing transportation, and supporting local businesses, then they should not be accepting construction site plans from contractors and companies that seek to close bike lanes and sidewalks without including a safe alternative. When one of the city's few bike lanes becomes closed, people have no safe option. As mentioned by Allison just now, the volume of food delivery couriers, an equity-deserving group that is particularly vulnerable to road violence, relies on the Bloor Street West bikeways for deliveries to customers throughout this area. Closing such a bikeway for 10 months without an alternative is simply unacceptable. When the city does not hold developers and contractors accountable for encroaching on essential biking infrastructure, they are failing their fiduciary duty to the citizens of Toronto. I ask the city to find a holistic and systematic solution that will guarantee the safety of people who rely on active modes of transportation during construction zones. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, great job for your first deputation. Next up is Trevor McGrath. You have 5 minutes to depute. Thank you.
Here's a cyclist, a resident of Ward 14, and someone who frequently travels the Bloor bike lanes across the city all the way to the West End. Today I'm here to depute the closing of the Bloor bike lanes. This project being done to accommodate a developer at their cost and to their benefit as being able to offer an underground connection between their development and the TTC network. Once finished, it is proposed to have 2,219 residential units, which mainly are market rate luxury rental according to the developer's website. There will be 923 spaces for car parking and 2,511 bicycle parking spots, almost a 3-to-1 ratio of bikes to cars, once again reminding us of the city's direction in seeing the bicycle as a common mode of transportation for its future residents and understanding the limited amount the car will play in the future of the city of Toronto. So when it comes to planning, we're looking forward. When it comes to construction, all we see are signs that say bike lanes closed ahead. Cyclists have nowhere to go but to look, stop, and hope for the best when they enter a live lane of traffic. We don't end sidewalks and send pedestrians into a live lane, so why the double standard with another group of vulnerable road users? Today, for example, I took the Dundas Street East cycle tracks, and at Dundas and Logan, I was forced to merge into the live lane. This was required to facilitate the construction of another monumental transit project in Toronto, the Ontario Line. The difference between this closure I'm deputing and this one is that the Ontario Line is a public realm improvement, bringing transit to a large swath of the city in this location. It is a railway underpass, and there's simply not enough room to accommodate more than east-west vehicle lanes. I love to see these projects come to fruition, however, I'm constantly baffled why the bike lanes must end in certain situations. We have so many talented people in the city in our planning and transportation department. I think we tried to look into this proposal a bit further and not allow us to continue in a manner that would imperil cyclists. The developers paying for this literally has an entire football field, but they're proposing to do all the construction at once, the building at the corner and the tunnel, taking up an entire thoroughfare down to 2 lanes and 2 cramped covered pedestrian walkways, and putting my life and countless others, literally countless, because the data is missing in the report on how many cyclists use the Bloor bike lanes. There's data on the traffic and cars, but there's no data on the cyclists that are going to be affected by this. From what I've been able to gather using the city's website, there's a study done in 2016 that the Bloor Avenue bike lanes from Shaw to Avenue had about 5,000 riders a day. And the part of this report is only the phase one. We're not even looking at the second phase, which is planning to take this construction to 2025. So we're unsure how long this will actually continue. And according to the developer, the building is going to be under construction until 2026. So at that point, there'll be 3,577,000 chances for a cyclist to be hurt or killed during that time, going by the 2016 data of 4,900 riders a day being affected by this closure. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor. Any questions? Councillor.
As a regular cyclist on the Bloor route myself, if there were a detour, say on the lane north of Bloor, would you use it, and what would it take for you to use it?
I've come across this in the past, and in certain situations, there is another east-west thoroughfare that's very close. But in this situation, on this occasion, like the development on the south is quite large, and then the next closest detour northbound is also quite far. So it becomes a game of do you take the risk in your hand, or do you take the longer route around for safety?
Well, that's my question, is under what circumstances would you use a detour if it was provided, and would it be different if you were there with a child?
I think if I was there with a child, I would probably get off my bike and walk, because it's a very busy intersection. I couldn't imagine trying to, watch yourself, watch a child, and pass through that intersection and think about their safety and your own at the same time. And I think a reasonable amount of a detour is if it's a 200-meter distance that you're traveling, but the detour is 400 meters north. I think that kind of, mentally what you'd think about how far you'd be willing to go around, and, why are we the ones being forced to go that much further?
Well, that's a good question, but thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no, Councillor Fletcher.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, Paula.
Hi. There are quite a few Ontario line installations, I'll call them, along Danforth and Bloor. The one at Pape, which is a big utility one for the new station, you've identified that one under the Dundas bike lane, which had a long conversation about it, how to manage that traffic. But I don't know if you know that there's a construction hub that's set up in different areas of the city that's supposed to be looking at every single one of these and how they all fit together. Is that something that particularly, well, in our East End, we have quite a one that handles everything?
I was not aware that there was a construction hub for the, regarding the Bloor and Pape closures, because I think Allison used the term whack-a-mole pretty well, because there's been an ongoing, for the last couple of months, a lot of utility relocations happening at that intersection, and it's constantly closures, lane changes, and stuff like that, and it's been a bit dangerous.
So just to be, this isn't about this, and you may rule me out of order, Mr. Chair, but I'm just interested in, for that situation, do you have any suggestions on how to maintain cycling safety when they're using that whole lane?
I think, once again, it could go back to...
Same at Sherburne, by the way, the same thing is happened there.
Yeah, I think if other parts or people in the city were to look at the plans before they're approved and put into motion, it would do a lot to think about the cyclist safety. And I know your office recently handled a situation at the Alexander the Great Parkette where a contractor went and closed the bike lane without the proper approvals. And the city responded very well and quickly to reopen the bike lane because they did not have approval to do so. And I think it's just a matter of having the approved plans and then also some enforcement to make sure that things are being done within the approved plans.
And do you think developers and contractors that are doing the work have enough sensitivity to the fact that one of the important road users, particularly when we have a dedicated separated lane, are cyclists?
So I have a degree in construction management, and I've worked in the construction industry over 10 years in the city of Toronto, and I constantly go to my sites and other sites and see what goes on, and there is sometimes near zero care in what's being done. A good case in point, a worker that was working for a company was using a road closed sign and actually hit the cyclist with the bike lane closure sign, and the cyclist happened to have been a CBC investigative reporter.
Thank you. Thank you for your advocacy.
Thank you for coming in today. Next up is Paul Bullen. Are you here, Paul? Okay, Paul's online.
Yes, I am.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. Okay, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, councillors, for this opportunity to speak. My name is Paul Bullen. I live in Ward 4, just off Bloor Street West. I'm one of 4 cycling adults in my household. I do also own a car, which I do use around the city, but I cycle frequently for work and leisure, and I frequently use the east-west corridors between the Humber Valley and the Don Valley for my work and my leisure. A key corridor for me is the Bloor Street bike lane infrastructure, and I do commend council for the efforts that have been made over the recent years to improve the Bloor Street West cycling infrastructure. That's been a great step forward for healthy and safe living in Toronto, and a particular shout out to my councillor Perks for his efforts in promoting the expansion of the Bloor Street cycle infrastructure, and that effort goes on as we go west beyond the Humber Valley with that cycling lane infrastructure development. After 30 years cycling in large cities, including over 12 years in Toronto, I like to believe I am sensitive to safe and unsafe cycling situations. I haven't had a serious accident in 30 years, touch wood, and I do believe that the current proposal with respect to the Dufferin Bloor Street junction, with respect to these works and staging area, are introducing a very disorderly interaction between bicycles and car traffic on Bloor travelling east-west. I think this sort of disorderly and confused interaction, the merging of the traffic into a single lane, will inevitably cause injuries or worse. And I think it seems to me very illogical that we should be planning and allowing such disorder and confusion to be, if you like, engineered in to the proposals and permitted when it's so fundamentally against the basic principles of good safety. I think the forced merger of traffic, both westbound and eastbound on Bloor, will discourage me from using the Bloor cycling infrastructure, and I think a lot of others, and encourage me to use my car more than I cycle. What I'd like to see as part of this current proposal on the table is a toughening up of recommendation 24, which is in the paperwork accompanying this proposal, and either a hard obligation be put on the contractor to leave cyclists in a no better, no worse situation from what they currently enjoy using the Bloor Street cycle lanes, and they should be obliged to work towards that no better, no worse situation for cyclists. I believe the pedestrians are being looked after in such a way in these proposals, and I think the same standard should be given for the cyclists as well, so that their safety is no better, no worse after the works are implemented. If it's not possible to avoid the physical sharing of road infrastructure between cyclists and motor vehicles, then I think there needs to be additional traffic calming or management measures introduced into these proposals in order to try and mitigate the confusion, disorder that this merger of traffic is going to create otherwise. And I think some examples that could be used to mitigate those impacts of merging traffic could be, for example, the reduction of the speed limit on Bloor West from 40 to 30k in the area of this junction. We could use shared lane markings to remind vehicle users of the need to share with bicycles. We could use painted bike boxes at this junction to allow cyclists to go to the front of the queue at red lights and be seen and visible as they move west or east through the junction. And I think finally, the cost of any of this additional implementation should, of course, be given to the applicant, contractor, developer.
Okay, thank you, Paul. Any questions for Paul? Okay, seeing none, thank you for coming in today. Depute. David Juliuson. Is he here? No. David? Okay. Kirsten Gunter? Okay, Kirsten, you're online.
Hi, sorry, I'm not sure if you can see me. Thank you, councillors. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. I want to acknowledge the work of the city councillors on this issue. It is one that is near and dear to my heart. I have been living in Toronto's West End for over 20 years, and in fact, I want to commend my city councillor, Gord Perks, for his work on behalf of cyclists. I have to say that over the years of my commute from the West End to my office, both offices I've had where I've been working around Bloor and Yonge, have become more fraught and more challenging by the year with the shift, with the increase of motorists. And we've seen lots about gridlock, and my colleagues here, who are not colleagues, but my fellow citizens who've discussed this issue more articulately than I will, have expressed a lot of the technical issues around safety for cyclists and safety for pedestrians. And I commend all of you for taking this seriously. But I want to speak from the heart about the issues that are facing cyclists daily, and including two people I personally know who've been killed on Toronto streets. My daughter's friend Alexandra on Dufferin Street a few years ago during the pandemic, and another local person, a yoga instructor, killed also on the West End. And considering that's just two people, one individual knows, I think it is the responsibility of councillors to take this really seriously. People are paying with their lives, and also we're not even including people just injured. So I would like to also speak not only just to you, because of course you're taking it seriously, but in general to people about shifting the conversation. This isn't about cyclists being a pain. This is about cyclists having the same rights that motorists. I am so tired of being treated like a second-class citizen because I'm on two wheels instead of in four. And I realize that the whole conversation about the TTC is a separate one, so we won't go there today. But I think it's really important with young people, many of whom, including my children, are not even getting driver's licenses. They're riding their bikes. We have to protect the next generation of voters, by the way. So we as a city have to take this conversation in a way that is going to communicate to motorists, not just say, cyclists, be careful. Motorists, I cannot tell you how many times I've been yelled at and abused by people who are in the wrong because they're behind a driving wheel and not on two wheels. Like, it's not that cyclists have less rights to stay alive or stay healthy. So please, please do what you can. And I want to commend Paul, the previous speaker, for looking at what developers have a responsibility. It isn't just about money, and housing is important, but getting around the city is part of living in a city. So please, please take this seriously. And like I said, my previous citizens have spoken more articulately than I have on these points. So that's it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kirsten, for coming in today. Any questions for the deputant? I see Councillor Sachs' other question.
Thank you very much for your excellent and heartfelt presentation, and I completely agree. In cases like this, where there is a something that helps the TTC to be constructed right across Bloor Street, what do you think we could or should do to protect lives of cyclists like you and me while allowing the TDC infrastructure to be built? What do you see as the solution?
Well, one of my ideas, and is one sadly that costs money, but I think the city has lagged behind. It's done great work on moving the infrastructure forward, but has not moved the conversation and the messaging. And I think the excellent work of cycling under Allison's leadership, there's a lot of good work being done, but we know that doing campaigns costs money. And we do know that we need to, I mean, a lot of the people I encounter on my ride around the city are people who don't live here and are not accustomed to dealing with cyclists. And they get annoyed and mad at us. And I'm like, dude, I pay taxes. I don't know where you're from. But, you know, the problem is, it is really about the conversation and the rights of cyclists, not just the rights of motorists. And shifting that conversation should be part of how the city communicates its projects to keep everybody safe, cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists. Although between me and the motorist, it's likely me that's getting hurt, not the motorist, if there's a collision.
Thank you very much. We are taking it seriously, and several of us are doing our best, but we appreciate you speaking up.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. We have one other deputant on this item, Greg Gilbert. Are you here? Greg Gilbert? Online, okay. Okay, Greg, thank you for being here today. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Moisey. I'm just listening in. I am Vice President of Planning for Fitzrovia, the developer that is building out the Bloor-Dufferin project. Myself, major cycling advocate, like Trevor, I go east to west in these lanes often. Very important, and it's been a great addition to the city. I sympathize with everything that's been said today, and I just want to note this is one of the most complicated construction phasing projects I've ever seen in my experience in this role. Obviously, we cannot close Bloor Street. There's significant utilities and the TTT's tunnel underneath. We're doing this in 2 phases, and then just looking around and workshopping this project, if we were to go to 3 phases, it would increase the construction timeline potentially 12 to 14 additional months, which would be was something we just deemed wasn't in the public's interest in this instance. There were some really good suggestions today, and the councillor's office has also provided some suggestions prior to this meeting. Things like bike boxes and an advanced signal to let cyclists clear the construction area. But I just want to note that maybe on the 2nd phase we can have a workshop with some of the folks like Allison and her team prior to the next report coming to council on this item. And I just want to thank everyone for speaking and just reiterate how important and difficult this has been. And this is a result of compromising and workshopping and working with our contractors to really minimize the disruption to this intersection in general. And this is kind of where we landed. And we thank the staff and council to rule on this item today.
Thank you, Greg. The local councillor has a question for you. Councillor Bravo.
Thank you, Greg, for being here today. Could you explain when you approached city staff, what is it that you wanted in terms of a closure, which I understand that this is a lot less than what you originally had proposed?
I'm not intimately involved in the early stages of this discussion, but I understand there were tighter road conditions that were proposed, and the option that's in front of you today was the result of a lot of back and forth, which provides at the kind of juncture where the cyclists merge, 3 meters for a vehicle, and I think it's 1.4 meters for cyclists. Originally, so in terms of dimensions of the area that's in front of you today, there is, we think, space for cars and cyclists to go side by side in harmony, or at least have the space available. Originally, there was not that additional space for the cyclists, where it was a true merger of cyclists and vehicles. So that was the kind of original look at this, and we've kind of, with staff, really pushed and tightened every inch possible to come up with the proposal in
Thanks.
front of you today.
What in the current proposal is to lot, the closure is narrower than what you had hoped for, but also I understand that originally what was sought was in addition the closure of the right turning south lane, which is also the spot where the Dufferin bus loads and unloads passengers at Dufferin Station, which is already an incredibly tight area. So, so thank you for that. And in addition, we have the motion that I'll be moving will speak to the question of traffic agents, and we look forward to working with you to see how the cost of deploying those traffic agents to ensure that people are able to get acculturated to this significant disruption, that's something that's a cost that might be borne together. So thank you for this.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Seeing no other questions, do you have a motion ready? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start by saying that my motion doesn't resolve the need for the closure, and I want to recognize that. I want to thank Councillor Sachs for her conversations, and most of all, Cycle Toronto, and in particular, the active residents in Davenport who have contacted me and have worked with and our Cycle Toronto volunteers and members. This motion aims to do a few things. And I have updated it throughout this meeting to reflect some of the recommendations that have been made by the deputants, all of them very well informed. The first element has to do with making some changes to recommendation 24. It's about appropriate signage that indicates that safe sharing of the road. The next pieces have to do with the feasibility of installing a leading bike interval in the westbound direction to allow people cycling with to have an advanced head start, allowing them to begin riding before vehicles receive a green signal as a measure of protection. The bike box installation, which was mentioned by one of the deputants, thank you for that, and we've have it in our motion. In addition to which provides space for people cycling to wait in front of vehicle or traffic at a red signal. There's strength in numbers. The investigation of the feasibility to deploy traffic agents at Bloor and Dufferin to ensure safety of all road users, and whether those the costs can be borne by the applicant if possible. That we look at, that we direct the General Manager of Transportation to make sure that we're regularly monitoring the usage of the closed road, to report back if reductions to the site footprint can be made that would enable the reinstatement of bikeways through the affected area, so use it or lose it. And in addition, the safety measures for people cycling in the eastbound direction, for which we have not immediately found solutions, but that should be include but not limited to temporary pavement markings, reducing the posted speed limit through the work zone, and other best practices to ensure construction safety for vulnerable road users. And thank you for also the recommendation to make sure that there is broad communications to all of the impacted wards, and in addition that we are monitoring that wayfinding is updated to allow cyclists to safely plan their trips. This isn't everything that we need. It's something that, however, that we can't defer. The construction of the tunnel will allow thousands of people, and additional people, to enter Bloor Station from serving not just the thousands of units that are being added through this development, but an additional development at Dufferin Mall, taking away some of the pressure at the intersection. We have at Dufferin and Bloor, we don't have enough sidewalk to accommodate the numbers of people that are using this station in the most top of the list of the most used bus routes in North America. In addition, this is a benefit that was agreed to, an agreement that was made before my time, but that is, the tunnel is a part of that agreement. It does require, it's not just about staging and storing, but it also has to do with a tunnel, a hole that will have to be dug right on the street. So there has to be access for that. This development also conveys a bunch of other amenities, including childcare, a new road, et cetera, that are desperately needed in this community. And as many people have identified, their east-west alternatives are really not available, particularly since the closest street, Croatia, is incredibly dangerous right now. And there have been a number of collisions, and pedestrians have been struck by drivers. I think that we heard really clearly that, that we need a longer-term vision and solutions. We're building thousands of units of development along Dufferin and other parts of the city that assumes that people are going to be changing and switching over to cycling and transit, but we're not building out the infrastructure alongside to make sure that that can happen. And we also need to address the generational change about younger people not using cars. So this is a city of the future, and that requires that we learn from other dense cities with much better infrastructure how they protect cyclists. People who cycle do so, they reduce congestion, reduce emissions, save us on road repair costs. It's good for climate, for health. It's fiscally prudent. People who cycle shouldn't be expected to bear the costs of economic development in the city of Toronto.
Thank you. So you move,
I have a question.
okay.
Question for the mover. Thank you for your work on this. I mean, this is a devastatingly bad situation that I know you're working to do better. Are you aware that some of these same promises were made to me for the Bloor construction between Spadina and Abbey Road, specifically including better signage, yield to cyclists, speed limits, and none of them were implemented? Were you aware of that?
Aware of that.
Okay, so would you be open as a friendly amendment to putting in some kind of regular reporting back to this committee or to council or to infrastructure and environment what transportation is doing month by month to make cyclists safe here? I mean, I had my motion a year ago exactly for this, and it hasn't led to improvements, and it didn't lead to improvements last year. So would you be open to requiring a report back so that we maintain more supervision that cyclists are actually protected through these construction sites?
I am open to that. I think that in that case, we should hold this item so that we can work on that language. And I would like to speak to staff as well about what that could look like and what the options are for monitoring and accountability measures.
Thank you.
So we do have an option in front of us here. I'm going to hold this item down as per the mover. So we can either break for lunch, or we have about 40 to 45 minutes worth of work. Okay, so we have to come back at 12:30 then. Sorry, 1:30. Okay, we'll break until 1:30. Ask questions would be helpful.
I would ask you to please vacate the room. We will lock the room up during the lunch break. Thank you.
Okay, councilors, please come back to committee room 1 so we could resume TYCC meeting. We need councilors for quorum. Okay, we can start till councilors are in their seats. So Councilor Fletcher, Councilor Sachs, Councilor Matlow's here, wonderful.
Were you here first? You know what you get? What are you eating? You get some carrots. Did you hold that Ontario line on my behalf, or are you holding it for you?
There are speakers on the item.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, yeah.
You should have said for you.
It's always for you.
Thank you.
It's on. Yes. Are we ready to go?
We're ready.
All righty, welcome back after a well-deserved break. Hope staff had some lunch and everyone's happy, stomach's full.
Yes, we're happy.
Okay, good. Well, sucks to be you. All righty. So before lunch, we're at item 10.24, and I know we held that down because Council Bravo wanted to make a slight amendment to that, so I'll continue to hold that down. We will now go to item T 10.27, 20 to 26 Maitland Street, construction staging area. That is my item. And I'm going to move the amendment. There should be an amendment, put it on the screen. Okay, and all those in favor of the amendment?
I'm sorry?
What was that?
We need hands.
It's around staging, so I'm not going to elaborate on that. It's construction staging. So, all those in favor? Okay. And as amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Wonderful. The next item, let me just get my. You know what? Let's go to the new items that were added this morning. So 10.57, Palmerston Avenue parking discrepancy, Ward 11, Councilor Sachs.
I move the staff recommendations.
Okay. Your
Oh,
recommendation.
I move my recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? All those in
They
favor?
told me to do it, so I did it.
Opposed, carried. 10.58, we're having too much fun here today. 10.58, placement of a temporary crossing guard at the intersection of Oriole Parkway and Gormley Avenue. Councilor Matlow.
I move that.
It moved. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.59, placement of temporary crossing guard at the intersection of Benson Avenue and Hendrick Avenue. Councilor Matlow.
I move that as well.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.60, placement of temporary crossing guard at the intersection of College View Avenue and Highburn Road. Councilor Matlow.
I move that.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.61, traffic bylaw changes in Forest Hill Village. Councilor Matlow.
I move that.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 10.62, receipt of the 2024 Agnes McHale Award. Councilor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Parking amendment, Russell Yard and Queen Street East. Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. And that was new items. Hey. Okay. Actually, let's just go back to the items I held for Councillor Fletcher from this morning. Okay, 1 second. Let me just. So 10.10, there might be a speaker on that. Hang on. Oh, yeah, that's right. 1334 Queen Street East, zoning bylaw amendment application. Councillor Fletcher, you moved that, right?
Yes, thank you, and it's very small, and even it's out of the IZ area, so the proposal is we're not pushing for any affordable units here. It's only 6 stories. Thank you. I'll move this.
Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. Item 10.23, encroachment appeal, 40 London Street. Councillor Sachs?
Yes, the homeowner's not ready. Please defer it to next month.
Deferral to next meeting. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. We're going to go back to item 10.40, Metrolinx Ontario Line construction within the Toronto and East York District. First quarter update. We do have speakers in this item. Is Carolina Limos? There we go. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the Toronto East York Community Council. I made it a point of being here because this is one item, one subject that I've been constantly speaking to, or I've spoken to Metrolinx on a few occasions. I am the current president of the Corktown Residents and Business Association, which I will refer to as the CRBA. So the Corktown Residents and Business Association, CRBA, is a nonprofit volunteer-run organization representing both the residents and businesses in the Corktown neighborhood of downtown East Toronto since 1996. As president, I serve on the Metrolinx Community Council and have done so for the last 4 years. I also participated in the first Parliament site working group arranged by former Councillor Wong Tam, which has since regrouped under Metrolinx direction and without notice to those who initially served. On a number of occasions, I have asked Metrolinx community representatives to know what benefits or supports they plan to offer the CRBA, as we are not a BIA. In addition, this was part of a discussion with Councillor Moyes in June of 2023. The response from Metrolinx is always the same. They'll get back to us. The issue is that on all communications regarding community benefits/support, Metrolinx continues to say one thing while stating on paper another. If you look on page 7 of this quarter report, it does say to support BIAs, Metrolinx stated that they are planning to launch an annual funding program by March 31st, 2024, which will provide $10,000 to each of the BIAs along the Ontario line alignment to support marketing initiatives during construction. The Corktown Residents and Business Association is requesting that an addendum be added to this report to reflect support for non-BIA communities, which at the moment this report makes no mention of. We request that the Toronto East York Community Council members vote in favor of this addendum. And that's it.
Okay, thank you for coming in. Any questions to the deputants? Okay, I have no questions myself, but thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
I'm thinking and percolating. Any questions from, oh, no, sorry. Kumsa Baker. Is Kumsa Baker here? No. Waleed Kagali Ali, are you here? Was that? No? Okay. Not on my list. Do you have a Rosemary in your list? Because I don't see it on my list.
Yeah, she's there.
Is it?
There's a Rosemary Powell that wasn't on our list when we printed it this morning.
Rosemary Powell, are you here? Okay. All right. Rosemary, you may go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, committee members. So my name is Rosemary Powell, and I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Community Benefits Network, a membership coalition of over 127 member community and labor organizations across Toronto. And let me start by applauding your committee and the Toronto City Council for its continued leadership in calling on Metrolinx in the province to work with the city and TCBN to formalize a community benefits agreement as part of the Ontario Line project. And while we appreciate the city staff report to the committee and the process that you've put in place to ensure this could even happen, we do have some major concerns about the Metrolinx Ontario Line first quarter update. The federal government, in committing funding for the Ontario Line, required Metrolinx to implement a community benefits agreement with measures to maximize high-quality jobs and benefits for communities, including through mechanisms such as a community benefits agreement with hiring targets of at least 10% for historically disadvantaged communities and equity-seeking groups, Black, Indigenous, and racialized people of color, with possible higher targets based on an assessment of local representation. Now, when Metrolinx did not include these requirements in the first two project contracts, we raised the issue with them, and they promised to rectify this. And so we were therefore hoping to see some specifics related to Metrolinx's promise in writing in their 2021 letter from CEO Phil Verster to the TCBN and our partners that talked about some specific commitments, including that they would be updating the RFP and the contract requirements for apprenticeship and workforce development plan. We don't see anything, and the staff report didn't speak to that. Metrolinx said they would have a 10% commitment for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, plus an additional 10% for women. We don't see that specified in the report or any indication of how they plan on actually implementing this. They were supposed to update the RFP and the contract to include planned submissions requiring contractors to implement an anti-racism strategy and a method of communication with Metrolinx on all issues arising. We don't see any conversation about that in the report. They were to enter into an agreement with the Ministry of Labor, Training and Skills Development and the Ministry of Transportation. We don't see anything related to that. There's no updates. And there were supposed to also be some financial incentives that would help to support and train workers to support them in accessing these opportunities. Nothing of that. And so therefore, what we're asking, the report does talk about Metrolinx working with Connect 6 to host a job fair, and it actually happened today. And over 2,000 people were lined up trying to get access to 80 jobs on the project that we're presenting. It's wholly inadequate, and that doesn't speak to the work that they'll be doing to make sure that equity deserving groups will be able to have a percentage of the jobs that are offered from that. And so we would like to see a more detailed report coming out, and would really love to have your support in helping the TCBN and our community and labor partners to really work with Metrolinx and to push them along towards the standards that we know and the best practices that we know, have been established for community benefits over the last 10 years. And so while these projects have already been awarded to different contractors, we need to see that these kind of intentional, targeted, resourced types of workforce development programs and opportunities are going to be carved out and spelled out in writing in a community benefits agreement proper. And we would love to see future reports and your support to help us to move that process along. Any questions?
Thank you.
Yes.
Councilor Fletcher has a question.
Yeah, I just want to ask about the RFP, because as we know, the latest sections of the Ontario Line North were now let this past week, and the consortium are now in place. So you have read that, and there's nothing in the RFP that would bind any contractors to any community benefits hiring?
Now, I haven't read the latest that came out this week. What I do know is that the previous two, which is the most substantial parts of the project, they were $9 and $6 billion combined, didn't have any requirement for community benefits on those. And Metrolinx, yes, they did promise that they would include the language in the future projects, but we're also looking for them to go back to the two that doesn't have these commitments and to retrofit, which is also what they also promised. So I could provide some additional updates in terms of what the new projects have indicated for community benefits, but also note that the city staff report didn't include that information.
Yes, I'll ask the city staff, but the substantial part is from Gerrard and Carlaw to Thorncliffe Park. That's a fairly significant part of the Ontario line. And that RFP, I will ask staff, but I'm asking, it was just awarded, but it was on the market for a while. And I'm not sure if you know if there was language or not for community benefits.
I haven't reviewed that project agreement in particular. And so I don't want to make any comments on it. But Metrolinx did say that they would include the language on these new project agreements. So it's something I would have to look into.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Bravo.
Thank you so much, Rosemary. Thanks for being here. So what we're talking about in terms of the contracts that have been awarded, that you said that the federal government put some conditions or wanted, when it supported the project and the building of the line, that it should actually create opportunities for access into the construction trades for populations that are underrepresented in those trades, which are in the end a good career. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, great.
Professional, administrative, and technical jobs, as well as construction trades.
All right, so it also creates opportunities for getting into the professional, administrative, and technical jobs. It's confusing to me that given that Metrolinx signed a framework agreement with Toronto Community Benefits Network in 2014 that stipulated 10% of all construction hours would be set aside or would be for equity-deserving groups, that it's not happening now in this line. Have you had any information about why, considering Metrolinx knows how to do this work, has committed to it in the past, why it's not happening right now?
Now, it is, I agree that it is absolutely mind-boggling. That being said, Metrolinx has made some promises. Metrolinx did implement internally within Metrolinx their 4 pillars for community benefits, which is great, and we really applaud that. However, that kind of a language was not replicated in the 2 contracts that I'm speaking to, right. Most specifically, yes.
And you're saying that we have an opportunity to ensure that Metrolinx actually goes back to the 2 awarded contracts and is able to feed the pathway with apprentices and pre-apprentices to get into the construction hours, because construction hours are going to continue throughout the life of those contracts. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes. And Metrolinx has an opportunity to retrofit that. In fact, we have spoken to Metrolinx, and for the last 4 months, they have been working to set up a working group meeting with the general contractors, and we've been looking forward to that. They're in the process of writing the terms of reference, but I don't know why it would take 4 months to complete a terms of reference and to get the committee started.
Thanks. And Mr. Chair, this is my last question, so don't worry. The question of, we hear constantly that one of the threats to economic development in our region is the generational change in the construction trades and the workforce shortages that we anticipate. How crucial is the work that Toronto Community Benefits Network does in ensuring access to a greater diversity of people to these jobs in terms of assuring that we are going to have the workforce to build out the climate adaptation and mitigation infrastructure we need, the housing that we need, the roads, the bridges, et cetera?
Thank you for that question. It's absolutely essential, the work that TCBN and our member organizations are doing. We have formulated a coalition of labor and community and social enterprise organizations who are willing to roll up our sleeves and to get the work going, to support apprentices, to train them, to provide resources that they need, but they need a job at the end of the line. They need those commitments, those targeted hours have to be carved out. And we have to know that while we're putting in the financial resources, the sweat equity, and all of this work by all of our different partners, that there's a job at the end of the line for them. And we need some consistency with that. We need a plan in place and a really strong workforce development program by Metrolinx and the general contractors to understand that we're all going to have to roll up our sleeves to work together to make this happen.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, seeing no other speakers on this, sorry, the questions for this deputant. Thank you for coming in today. Is Councillor Baker here? No?
No, Rosemary did, they used speech on her behalf.
Oh, okay. Wali Kagali Ali, thank you for, you have 5 minutes to present to the committee today.
Committee Council. So just want to start off by thanking our previous speaker, Rosemary Powell, the Executive Director of Toronto Community Benefits Network, who has done a phenomenal job supporting our work as the BOLD Coalition. So my name is Waleed Kogali Ali, and I'm one of the co-chairs of BOLD, which is an acronym for Build the Ontario Line Differently. So Liz could not join us. Liz Driver is my fellow co-chair because she is supporting a CLC meeting with regards to the Osgood station as well, so she sends her regrets. So I'm just gonna read a brief statement. So we, Willie Kogali and Liz Driver, co-chairs of the Build Ontario Line Differently Coalition, respectfully submit this deputation regarding agenda item TE 10.4. Our focus is to highlight key aspects of community engagement in the Ontario Line construction within the Toronto and East York District, wish to clarify the role of the city in amending Metrolinx's draft terms of reference for community liaison committees. The report from Transit Expansion mentioning the city's involvement does not capture the depth of community-led discussions and amendments that have taken place. Since the summer of 2023, BOLD and Metrolinx have been engaged in monthly meetings, a testament to our commitment to effective collaboration. These meetings have been instrumental in shaping the terms of reference for the community liaison committees of the draft terms of reference on January 15th, 2024. Our engagement with Metrolinx began with the foundational work of the Moss Park Coalition
and Lakeshore East Community Advisory Committee. The insights and revisions provided by these groups, combined with BOLD's contributions, have greatly influenced our constructive dialogue with Metrolinx. We're grateful for the consistent support and involvement of Mark Clancy in these discussions. Although Mark's temporary leave has introduced a delay in some processes, we're eagerly await the resumption of our work upon his return. The Toronto Community Benefits Network has been a pivotal ally, providing essential advocacy and insights, particularly regarding public realm improvements and community benefits. We also acknowledge the vital contributions of the Corktown Resident and Business Association. So thank you so much for the deputation earlier. Our heartfelt thanks go to all board members and stakeholders, including the Lakeshore East Community Advisory Committee, the Gooderham and Wards Neighborhood Association, the Moss Park Coalition, the West Don Lands Committee, the Save Jimmy Simpson, and also the Federation of South Toronto Residents Association, FOSTRA, and Regent Park Neighborhood Association for their unwavering commitment and valuable input. We note a concerning communication gap between Metrolinx and the city's transit expansion team. This gap highlights the need for more transparent and efficient information sharing, especially regarding the progress in the terms of reference process. Regarding community benefits, the report lacks detailed information on public realm improvements, a crucial component of Metrolinx Pillar 3. We urge a focus on meaningful outcomes, such as the enhancement of Queen and University's intersection and the development of University Park. We also seek clarity on the Ontario Line's impact on parkland, compliance with municipal bylaws, and plans for park restoration. Detailed information and concrete steps from Metrolinx and the city are essential in this regard. In conclusion, we call for an enhanced focus on communication and collaboration between Metrolinx, the city, and community stakeholders. We request the meeting to further discuss these matters, particularly the advancement of University Park, and look forward to constructive dialogues for the betterment of our community and the city at large. So thank you for considering our deputation. Myself, Waliko Gali Ali, and Liz Driver on behalf of BOLD Community Coalition.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you for your deputation, Waleed. I recall many months ago now, last year, the BOLD Coalition came together when Metrolinx was moving very quickly ahead with station preparation at Moss Park, Osgoode Hall, and other sites. And the community did not believe that Metrolinx was working with transparency and in good faith to address the concerns that the community had, not about station construction eventually, but just to do it in a way that supports the community's interests together. Metrolinx at the time justified moving ahead in haste by saying everything just needed to be done that moment. In retrospect, now that we're so many months after the fact, what do the stations look like at Moss Park and Osgoode Hall? Are they operable yet? Are they up yet? I mean, clearly they needed to go really, really quickly. So how is it? How's it looking?
That's a funny joke. Thank you, Councillor Matlow. Found that very amusing. But you posed a really important question, which is how's the relationship between Metrolinx and the community that they ultimately serve? And I just want to put a caveat in my response. We can't ignore Infrastructure Ontario, which is responsible for delivering transit-oriented communities across the Ontario line. BOLD has, on multiple occasions, requested to meet with Infrastructure Ontario, and they haven't been responsive. And they haven't even been responsive to our lawmakers at Queen's Park, which is very problematic. And I hope that they engage with us so that they learn from the experiences we've had working with Metrolinx, which didn't start off really well. A lot of folks who are watching this deputation might recall the cutting down of trees in Moss Park, the elimination of green spaces without community consultation. And we even understood the dimension of that, right? Like, Moss Park trees were just cut, but when it came to Osgood, we went through the courts for that to happen, right? So there was privilege in that conversation as well. And what we've done is we've re-engaged with Metrolinx in good faith, and we've explained how they have deeply impacted the relationship with the community. We can't do this work if we don't trust each other and work with integrity. We care about the same things. They want to build transit across the Ontario line. Infrastructure Ontario wants to build housing across the Ontario line through transit-oriented communities. We want to make sure that housing is deeply affordable. We want to make sure that the community's input and needs across the Ontario line are implemented. And BOLD has worked in good faith, as I stipulated in my deputation, since the summer of 2023. We've been having monthly meetings, regular meetings that culminated to this terms of reference that we hope will be finally informed and approved by the communities across the Ontario line. Because we've done the heavy negotiations to make sure that there's community co-leadership over this process, and that's vital.
And just to be clear, because there were some who suggested that BOLD and those who supported your efforts somehow did not want Metrolinx to move ahead with improving transit. No. That's not true. It was a matter of doing it well. Is that fair?
That is correct. Who doesn't want better transit? I want to live in a city where transit is truly accessible, where we don't have user fees for public services like transit. I support TTC riders in the efforts to eliminate all fares for access to public transit. And I think the provincial government has a responsibility to fund and support our transit needs. And the Ontario line is the solution that we've democratically chosen by electing governments that have invested in this project. So let's get it right. Let's not get it wrong. Let's make sure that the communities are not just an afterthought. They say consultation. What does consultation mean? We want co-development and co-creation of what those solutions look like. Because we know best. We understand what impacts our community, and Metrolinx has proven through the conversations and commitments that they've made to BOLD so far that they want to work with us in the long term for the years to come.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from anyone? No? Thank you for coming in today. Councilors? I know Deputy Mayor Malik has a motion.
I have questions for staff first.
Okay, go ahead. Okay.
Thank you very much, and appreciate all the deputants who have come in and spoken to us today. I have a number of questions, and my first one is around construction. And throughout the construction period, we've seen moving dates around the Queen streetcar diversion. And my understanding is that the TTC's work on Adelaide is progressing ahead of schedule. However, Metrolinx's work on York Street has had the timeline slip and go in the opposite direction. So I want to hear more about what the current status is of the Queen streetcar diversion and how we can ensure that the work is done as quickly as possible and that the route can be as reliable for users as soon as possible.
So through you, Mr. Chair, to the Deputy Mayor, I'll take this question on. With regards to the work that's occurring along Adelaide Street, that's not being performed by the TTC. That's being performed by our engineering construction services through a contract. So they're the ones that are looking after that. And yes, they are on schedule for having the Adelaide Street portion of the work completed in the summer. You are correct that we have heard recently that Metrolinx has not been able to keep the York Street project on schedule. What we've asked them to do is to accelerate and to identify forms of mitigation that will bring that schedule back online. And at this point in time, what we can tell you is that based on the information we received from Metrolinx, their work will be completed in time for the TTC to finalize the installation of the track and the overhead catenary system by early fall.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to hear that the community liaison committees are up and running and that the community has been present and playing a strong role in these discussions. This is a really important priority. And the report mentions that the terms of reference have not yet been established for our CLCs, which is a concern for all of our stakeholders, and some of the issues that were raised by the Bold Coalition highlight that. Do you have a status update in this regard and what role the city is playing in the process to land these terms of reference?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the Deputy Mayor, the definition or the creation of the terms of reference is being done by Metrolinx. Metrolinx are the ones that are ultimately responsible for meeting with the community to ensure that their voices are heard. We, as Transit Expansion and our city colleagues, receive the terms of reference drafts. We review them, we provide comment back to Metrolinx, and we are engaged as one of the members of the CLCs. In fact, my staff are currently at the CLC meeting, right now, on the Osgood University CLC. So we are actively engaged in making sure that Metrolinx is addressing the comments that have been raised, both by the city divisions, councillors, as well as community groups when we receive that information. And in terms of where the terms of references, what's the status? As the deputy actually noted, it is still a work in progress, and there is still a lot of work to be done to get the terms of references finalized. But meetings are occurring nonetheless.
Okay, it'd be good to get a time frame on that. It can't just continue to drag out. It's also encouraging to see that job fairs have started to ensure local participation in the construction process. Yet we also heard where that is falling short. Returning to the discussion on the terms of reference and what we heard from the Toronto Community Benefits Network, there needs to be formal and well-resourced workforce development programs. Has Metrolinx provided an update on when a workforce development plan will be released?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, no, there has not been a formal date for when they plan to provide this plan. However, they have indicated very clearly, and we have messaged to Metrolinx on numerous occasions, excuse me, that they are required to ensure that there is the appropriate training, opportunities for training, equity, diversity opportunities for folks that need to find jobs. So this has all been included in their contracts. Their contractors are required to respond back. So this is not a community benefits agreement per se, but there are requirements as part of their version of community benefits to actually respond back with plans for how they intend to provide opportunities for these disadvantaged groups.
Okay, my final question for now is, as we know and we've heard, municipal policies are not applicable to the provincial government and Infrastructure Ontario. Have they shown willingness to work with us on our request to ensure minimum targets for affordability in transit-oriented communities?
Through the chair to you, Deputy Mayor, transit-oriented communities are being led through Infrastructure Ontario, as the deputy kind of noted, and I don't have an information at this point in time on that item.
Okay, thank you so much for those questions and those responses. They were helpful. Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. Number one, and I don't know if it's a presentation, a report. I need that. You're telling me you have that information, so
yes,
I'll make that motion. Thank you
okay,
very much.
that's fine.
And I want to be clear that in the Ontario Line North sections, the RFPs were just awarded for that. Just last week I read. And we heard from Ms. Powell that there was no, in the RFP, there was no requirement for what I'll call formal community benefits agreements for either of those, with those consortiums. Am I right?
So through the chair to you, Councillor, you are correct. Community benefits agreements, according to the City of Toronto's requirements, weren't defined in the RFPs. They did, however, include the Metrolinx version of community benefits, which
Okay.
is their 4 pillars.
But they didn't have what we asked for.
There were components including requirements for business improvements in the areas,
No, I'm talking about
employment,
jobs,
et cetera.
long-term, good-paying jobs in the city of Toronto, not businesses.
Through the chair to you, Councillor, it was defined in these RFPs. They did indicate that the contractors are required to come back with a plan that actually demonstrates how they are intending to meet the requirements of meaningful employment in these areas.
So you could show us that when they come back with that. Are they required to come back publicly with that? Where would they submit that?
So through the chair to you, Councillor, I'm going to have to go back and ask Metrolinx because some of this information may be part of a commercially confidential agreement.
I'm sorry, it's a public project. It's a confidential agreement. So we'll hear that because I think in the next quarter, when you bring that back, that would be very helpful to understand that. And have the community liaisons been established for the Ontario Line North section? That you know about?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Fletcher, no.
They have not yet. Do you
No.
have any idea what their plan is there? Have they informed you?
So through the chair to you, Councillor, the contract has just been awarded. So once the contractors have established themselves, they're actually going to set up the construction liaison committee meetings. So we don't have a date yet, and we will not until they've actually come back with their schedule.
Okay, so we can influence those community liaison
Yes.
committees. And then the other just has to do, we heard about the bike lanes today on Danforth. Well, we heard about Bloor, but we all know about Danforth and all the utility work that Metrolinx is doing at PAPE. I'm going to ask, and perhaps somebody from transportation can answer, that intersection of PAPE and Danforth is going to be, I won't say a problem, but it's going to be very different than it looks right now. It's going to be pretty messy, I would think. Could you confirm that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, yes, there will be extended construction activity at the PAPE station, and that would influence this intersection of PAPE and Danforth.
So we can plan ahead for that like we did for the other section in advancing what would be best and try to get Metrolinx to live up to those suggestions, correct?
Correct.
And then, yeah, just on the holistic approach, which I know we did have a meeting, Mr. Toiga, with yourself and Mr. Johnson and others to look at the kind of overall city goals for this project and that each division is doing things separately, such as giving park space, giving parking lots, giving lots of things to Metrolinx, while at the same time as they have removed a rooming house, closed a rooming house down, they don't have rental replacement in the way that we have a rental replacement. So are you now kind of engaged in establishing what I would call a larger holistic approach to things the city requires in a very large transit project through a very, very built-up, dense urban neighborhood?
Through the chair to you, Councillor, yes, we've commenced our discussions primarily with Will Johnson and Carrie from City Planning, and we will be coming back in a report in the spring to actually provide that much broader approach to dealing with Metrolinx and the province whenever they ask for various components. But we still need to meet with the various city divisions to get their views on this and then come back with a more wholesome approach.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Seeing none, I just have one question. Most of my questions have been asked and answered. One of the deputants, Ms. Lemos, mentioned that Metrolinx hasn't really followed up or reported back in regards to businesses in the Corktown area that's been affected or will be affected by this project. In her deputation, she mentioned about $10,000 per business. Can you perhaps comment on some of those points?
So through you to yourself. Number one, the item that's referencing the $10,000 is for the Business Improvement Associations. So that is something that Metrolinx has committed to, and we are ensuring that they are doing that. With regards to the request for the Corktown Business Residents Association, we just recently saw the letter come through. What we've done is we've sent the request through to Metrolinx. Ultimately, Metrolinx are the ones that are funding this, and they're the ones that are actually going to be making a determination as to whether or not they want to fund the resident association.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. So speaking, so Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
Yes, I have two motions, Chair. One is to actually have the wall and noise wall and retaining wall reported here, so it's on the record and we can see what it's supposed to look like and when it's going to be, when it is to be erected, and we can make sure that it will work. And the second has to do with the intersection that I just mentioned, which is Pape and Danforth, and we referred to that earlier today in looking at the issue of the cycle tracks on the Danforth. This is going to be a difficult intersection in general. And I certainly do realize that this is a Metrolinx project, and I know that basically they can do things that they would like to do, like utility work on the Danforth, which they have every right to do without necessarily any permission. They have been getting permits, but technically, as a provincial organization, they can proceed without us. I think that in asking about the report that will come in the spring, I have found that we truly need to have a kind of a higher level look at what Metrolinx is asking for. I've been very concerned about people that are losing their homes, particularly in the north zone, north of Gerrard. There's quite a few homes. There's a rooming house gone. There's all of the housing on Danforth Avenue, all of the housing, second-story housing above commercial businesses that will be gone on Pape Avenue. And there is not really a satisfactory plan that's as robust as the city's. And I will just say, and I know the staff are very busy, this is not easy dealing with Metrolinx because there are many different discussions at many different levels with Metrolinx between political, staff-wise, city manager, transportation, Mr. Toigo, a lot is going on. But I'm hoping what we can do is boil it down to a number of approvals that are required. So for instance, once Metrolinx gets to cross the Don Valley in order to put the bridge for the train, I don't know how many thousands of trees will be removed from the Don Valley. I would ask now, I will be, that we have a tree replacement plan that's part of that. To date, we've not had any reciprocity. They've had many things. They've had pieces of parks. They now have a parking lot that the businesses use on Pape at the same time as the rooming house has been emptied out, long before they ever are going to be knocking the properties down. So I'm just letting everybody know, and Mr. Toigo knows this very well, that I think we need to marshal and think about where we have an option to have a discussion, that we need to have it. On a right-of-way, we don't have much of an option. It's a right-of-way. They have a right to go over our roadway. But on everything else that's city property, I think we need to pull back and look and say, how will this look when it's over? How can we make this better for the communities? And yes, we all agree we're building much needed transit, but we're not building it in a greenfield or a brownfield. We're building it under homes. We're building it in very, very dense neighborhoods. And that is my goal, Mr. Chair, with all that I'm doing here on the Ontario line. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much, and thank you, for all the work that has gone into providing us with this update. I do have a motion that's on the screen that is addressing many of the outstanding concerns that we've heard and to prioritize the request from the city in terms of our seriousness about seeing results on these items, the restoration of the southbound streetcar tracks on York Street, providing the comprehensive communication and marketing that our business improvement areas have been calling for, including necessary financial supports. There's been a particular concern, and we've been working very closely with the City of Toronto's music office to address the concerns of live music venues around the timelines for construction and detailed work plans for them to be able to coordinate with consideration, and to provide updates to City Council on updates to City Council's requests on establishing minimum targets for affordable rental housing in line with the transit-oriented communities, to ensure that we are supporting owners and tenants around any financial loss or displacement, and following from the deputants that we heard today, investigating supports for residents and business groups outside of the BIA framework, as well as ensuring that we have a comprehensive employment strategy in the full picture of what a community benefit strategy must look like in order to make this as successful as possible for our neighbors and our communities. When we created the Ontario Line Construction Subcommittee last year, which I was proud to chair alongside, working alongside Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Moyes, we affirmed that the construction of the Ontario Line must be responsible and transparent with real community collaboration. It's been said here many times, and I will underscore it. We know that Toronto deserves much needed transit infrastructure, and we need it to be built well. And learning from other major transit infrastructure projects across the city, and that we must be responsive to our communities. And we know taking this leadership by the city to outline our expectations through the subcommittee and the report in this process and lift up the needs and engagement of residents, small business owners, and stakeholders, that we can strengthen the process and the outcome without adding any delays. And as we have seen through the report, our recommendations have become a vital part of the construction process and that transparency, responsibility, and accountability that we're looking for, ensuring all levels of government can work together with our local communities to ensure the best outcomes, to ensure community benefits, and now job fairs are taking place, to ensure local employment opportunities are in progress, to ensure community consultations are in place, and now we see monthly CLC meetings with updates from construction teams, Metrolinx, the city, and the community to ensure as much as possible we are on the same page in providing proper responses to the issues affecting our communities. We moved forward to ensure support for our small business communities, and now we see BIAs and Metrolinx are in regular contact with a new $10,000 grant being offered to our BIAs to support their initiatives, and we know more needs to be done. We are working together, we are seeing results, and we are ensuring that the Ontario Line is not just built on time, but that it is built right. And there's always room for improvement, and we've heard that today. We've seen that accounted for in communication like the ones we saw from the Toronto Community Benefits Network. And while the day-to-day operations are including community, there are some overall strategies that still need to be shared and implemented. We heard the need for a more formal agreement regarding community benefits and established terms of reference for our local CLCs. These must be a priority in the next quarter. Through my motions, I hope to address some of the concerns that are still lingering through this process. On a local level, the slowdown of construction on York Street is causing strain on the TTC's ability to move people along our vital Queen streetcar line, and we need Metrolinx to step up and meet the timelines that the city is achieving along Adelaide. With any project of this size, we know that challenges and conflicts will arise as we move forward, and by using the principles that we've set out through this work of the subcommittee and the report, we can find a path forward to ensure that by working together with community, with residents, with businesses, we can do this better. I want to just conclude by thanking Transit Expansion for this report, for their dedication to creating the best working relationship possible between the city and Metrolinx. I want to thank transportation staff for ensuring our work is well communicated, completed on time with minimal interruptions. And most of all, I want to thank our communities, our neighbors, small businesses, stakeholders, residents, activists for working with us, with the city, and calling Metrolinx to the table to ensure that we keep this project moving forward well while protecting the city that we love in getting the transit that we know we absolutely need. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Malik. Any other speakers on this item? Seeing none, okay, let's put up the motions on the screen. First motions from Councilor Fletcher. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Next item. Next motion from Deputy Mayor Malik. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. As amended, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We'll go back to the next item, which is item 10.10, right? 10.4. 2.4. Jesus, Murphy. 2.4. Okay, I need a 2.4 right now. 2.4. All righty. So Councilor Bravo has a motion.
Yes, Chair, I'd like permission to revise my motion and reintroduce it.
Okay. Do you want to mention what the change is?
Yeah, they're there, but I need permission from committee to revise it and to reintroduce it.
I don't think you need permission because it was not.
Because you already moved your motion, so it was already moved, and then we held it down.
Okay.
So as long as committee is okay with your revising.
Do we have to vote on that or not?
No, as long as you said.
Okay, is the committee okay with the changes? Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. I just, to speak to, thank you to Cycle Toronto, all the residents that gave their input. Thank you to Councillor Sachs for her insight into the need to have monitoring and accountability points, which we will have monthly, which will include safety assessments and photographic evidence that the commitments that have been made are actually being honored. So I hope that the committee members will support the revised motion.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? As amended? Carried. Okay, we're good? Okay. The next item is 10.41. And I think we do have speakers on it. One speaker, Allison Stewart. Okay. This item is going to be deferred, right? Okay, so all those in favor of deferral? Opposed? For one cycle. Thank you. Not indefinitely, just one next cycle. Okay. Okay, that's carried. And I think the final item. Oh Jesus! I think the final item. One more item, right?
10.42, 316.
Is the last one, right? Okay, the last item. 316 Bloor Street West, request for city solicitor to attend at the Toronto Local Appeals Body. And I think we have two deputants here. David Bronxkill, are you here? Okay, Mr. Bronxkill.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I think I'm now muted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is David Sorry?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is David Bronskill. I am here making a deputation to you on behalf of the applicant in respect of this motion that would seek to have City Council appeal the decision of the Committee of Adjustment. And I just wanted to provide some background to the committee so it would have it as part of deliberating this motion. I wanted just to note to the committee that this is an application that has the support of city staff. It is a variance application that would increase the height on a site in direct proximity to transit at Spadina Station. But I wanted just to indicate to you the genesis for the proposed increase in height on this site. The increase in height results from a change to the policy that applies to the view corridor of Knox College in the center of Spadina Circle. When the height for this project was initially approved, it was based in part on that view shed policy. That policy was subsequently amended through an appeal process that was supported both by city staff and city council. That has enabled additional height on this site while still protecting that view corridor. So again, the policy that enables the additional height was supported by city staff and by city council, and therefore the variance now to increase the height is supported by city staff. The project is underway. Demolition has occurred. A shoring permit is expected imminently. So this is a project that is beyond shovel ready, but is in fact shovel in the ground. The variance would allow 150 new homes, and it would also allow no vehicular parking. That is, it would achieve a reduction in parking in accordance with the new city bylaw in respect of parking in a manner that would also achieve 500 bike parking spaces and a dedicated bike repair room. These are improvements in our view overall that also have a benefit in supporting the city's climate goals. Overall, this is a project that can and should be approved, and that is why city staff supported it. The motion before you, I just want to be clear, indicates that it would have the city solicitor attend with city staff, but if city staff are not available, have you retain outside consultants. City staff would not be able to support the position of this motion, the appeal, or the position of city council, which means you would need to retain outside consultants. That means spending money out of your budget to oppose 150 new homes that are supported by your planning professionals that could go in the ground today. Overall, this is why we don't think this motion as proposed should move forward. We are prepared to engage in discussions with the councillor. Our client met with the resident associations in advance. They have reached out to the Annex Residents Association after the motion was brought forward by the councillor and are waiting to hear back from them. So they are prepared to continue discussions. But at the end of the day, when there is city staff support for this application, I would ask the committee to question whether it's an appropriate use of resources to have outside consultants go and take a position that would delay and potentially eliminate 150 new homes, the elimination of the parking in an area that is transit supportive. Happy to answer your questions, but we would urge the committee to consider those facts as it looks at the motion here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bronskill. Any questions? Councillor Sachs?
Yes, Mr. Bronskill, thank you for being here today. So first, I have looked at the records, and it seemed to me, although I certainly don't have your expertise, that the change in the view corridor measuring point occurred before the decision on your client's zoning height. In other words, that at the time the deal was made for the approved height of 27 stories, the view corridor had already been changed. Is that correct?
The view corridor policies were altered after our client's application had been well through the process. And so the policies that are now in force in effect were the basis of a new application that was put before the Committee of Adjustment to implement those policies.
Yeah, but to be clear, the decision that was made, the settlement that your client made with the community and the city occurred after the view corridor had been redefined, correct?
The bylaw, through you, Mr. Chair, the bylaw that was approved in 2021, which was an Ontario Land Tribunal settlement, is a bylaw that was approved in respect of policies that, and I'm trying to be I'm trying to be careful in terms of how we talk about the different policies and bylaws. But the bylaw was filed in respect of a different policy regime. That policy regime was implemented through this bylaw. The policy regime was changed and then subsequently implemented. Yes, the bylaw would have been in place at the time that that policy regime changed, but the application was filed under the old policy regime. So this new application implements the new policy regime.
Okay, so I think it was correct, but it was in place. All right, I'll keep going.
No, sorry, Mr. Chair. I just want to be clear. The settlement for the OPA was approved after the 29th story approval.
Okay, perhaps you can send me a memo with the dates. That'll help with the confusion. Second question.
No, thank you. We can, Councillor. I appreciate the question.
Thank you. What makes this a 27% increase in height a minor variance?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and these may also be questions you want to ask staff and the city solicitor, and I apologize. I don't mean that in a patronizing way, but they may have some views on it as well. But the long-standing case law on variances is that it's not a mathematical exercise, and that goes back to a case of McNamara that has been endorsed in numerous decisions, including at the divisional court through de Gasperis. So it's not a mathematical exercise. Put another way, you could have a variance that is a 0.01% change that is not a minor variance. And so planning staff and consultants in front of the Committee of Adjustment don't apply a mathematical test. The four tests are whether you're maintaining the general intended purpose of the zoning bylaw and the OP, whether it's appropriate for the desirable development of the land, and whether it's minor. Here, the intent of both the zoning bylaw and the official plan are to achieve heights on this site that are transit supportive, but also protect the Knox viewshed corridor. That's ultimately why the additional height here can now be supported, because that's the intent of both the OP and the zoning bylaw.
Well, with all due respect, this still doesn't tell us whether it's minor or not, but I have another question. One of the things that most offends the community is they feel that they negotiated a deal with your client, and then you come back to double dip in a format where they feel they have less input. Why is it fair for you to make a deal with the community for one height and then come back and ask for more height in a different format?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think the chronology here is very important. This isn't a case of doing a deal and then just asking for more stories. This is a case of an intervening change in the applicable policy framework that would enable 150 new homes on transit without having any negative impacts in terms of shadows. That's a different framework, and so it's not double dipping. It's implementing that policy framework in an appropriate manner. Our client did go and consult with the Residents Association. I understand that they are not supportive, but that was the appropriate thing to do, was to go and consult with them and highlight the application, and that was done. Variance applications like this run the gamut of, as you note, maybe double dipping, where people come back and ask for more and don't have a good reason, or where they come back and ask for more when it's supported by the applicable policy structure, as this one is. And the planning staff recommend that. And they recognize that in terms of indicating no concerns, and would be supportive of this appeal at the Toronto Local Appeal Body, which is why at the end of the day, the city would be spending taxpayer funds. The city would be spending taxpayer funds to oppose 150 new homes.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for the deputant? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, Mr. Bronskill, you realize this is Toronto and East York Community Council. I think that this does go to City Council, does it not?
Through you, Mr. Yes, Councillor, it absolutely does, but this is the only place I can
this is where you can
put these
speak,
facts
but
on the
this
record.
is not the final
Yes.
decision. You'd agree with me?
Understood completely. I do.
This is not, we would not be making a final decision here. It's a recommendation to council for them to make a decision, correct?
I acknowledge that.
Okay, just wanted to be clear. It sounded like you thought we were making that binding decision, which we wouldn't be.
No.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you for coming in today. We also have Sue Dexter on to depute. Is she here? Online from Harvard Village Resident Association. You have 5 minutes.
Don't start my clock quite yet. Okay, so can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so I'm Sue Dexter. I represent Harvard Village Residents Association, which has a catchment of Bloor, Spadina, Bathurst, and College. We're asking you to approve the city's appeal on 316 Bloor. It's a Committee of Adjustment decision to grant an increase on a 2019 approval by adding 25% to its massing 8 stories to 29-story building, 23 meters additional height, while reducing amenity space in a neighborhood tight for same by about 25%. In December, this application was approved as minor by a panel when a block east, a month earlier, a sister committee had turned down an application at 300 Bloor requesting significantly smaller proportional increases in density and height along with reduced amenity space. The reason there, the changes sought were not minor. The notion that large projects which were approved after significant community engagement can now come to the table for major second helpings by going through the Committee of Adjustment is a recipe for abuse. This double dipping has happened in our part of Ward 11 3 times in the last 2 months of 2023, and we have a 4th file within the neighborhood. It's happening all over the city, and it needs to be stopped. Developers are facing challenges as costs of construction and materials are rising, but solving their issue through C of A is choosing the wrong venue. It's designed for decks and GFA and overlook and soft landscaping, inches and feet, not stories in tens of feet. Imagine the consternation when the new panel that has been sitting for only a month is suddenly confronted by an application at 316 that puts floors on a tower building and reduces amenity space. It's clear from the panel discussion that they were completely at sea. What's major? What's minor? They looked up to the ceiling. When I'm walking my dog, well, you can imagine. Contrast that with 300 Bloor, where a veteran panel the month before knew exactly what to do. They refused an application for lesser variances because the ask was not minor.
She's
If the major, are you speaking? Hello?
Yes, we're hearing you.
If
Sorry.
the members, well, it would help. Give me a bit of time at the end then. If members were at sea, how did the C of A shortcut serve residents? The C of A notification period is short, the distribution was limited and uncertain. What of the stakeholders who spent days in working groups, settlements on this particular application and the viewshed policy and appeal for OPA 368? Were they even aware this was afoot? Where's the transparency that's a precursor to trust? We were not informed because the C of A route has no mandate for community engagement, let alone negotiation, let alone a final review by council. This particular panel failed us by a 2-1 vote with the chair abstaining. The developer got what appeared to be a quick, cheap approval. The community got sidelined, and courtesy the province, the community has no right of appeal. So 316 is a file that could get away unless council acts. On process grounds alone, increases in heights and density in the mid to upper 20s are not minor. Inconsistencies in decision-making should be resolved as they call the fairness in the planning process into question. Like should beget like. Rezoning should be handled by rezonings. That's where the expertise is. That's the process that ensures public participation. It's by no means clear developers would suffer for increased time or expense by going the traditional route. It could also confer more certainty. City planning, which has been so helpful in trying to ensure the community has a voice in the expedited process on rezonings, has stumbled into a policy that inadvertently supports curtailing resident involvement. It disrespects the place of the community in planning. It puts committees of adjustment under clear pressure. We urge them to actively discourage the C of A gambit by writing letters of refusal to committee, and for council with this motion to signal the same. On large projects, residents need council to stay engaged. HVRA has applied for party status on this appeal and its sister appeal by the developer at 300 Bloor. After a single phone call, a respected senior planner has taken the brief. The city should have no difficulty doing the same. Thanks a lot. I'm happy to deal with David's dates and places. It's a complicated story.
Thank you. Any questions of deputants? Seeing none, okay. Councilor Sachs?
Yes, I have questions of staff. All right, so we've heard a lot of concern about what minor variance means. Is it clear in the planning world whether this is a minor variance?
Are you speaking?
Yes, I'm speaking about 316 Bloor. Is it clear whether this is a minor variance?
Through the chair, I'm going to interrupt. We have filed an appeal of this application preemptively. I am a little bit concerned about planning staff providing any opinion.
Okay, all right. Well, let me try another question. Is there anything illegal about a property owner getting a zoning and then seeking a change at a committee of adjustment?
Through the chair, no, there's nothing illegal about that.
Is it uncommon?
It is not uncommon. There was a time period where it was not permitted under the Planning Act, but that has since been undone, and so it is permitted, and I would say it is, I don't know if I can say it's common, but it happens for various reasons.
Mr. Chair, I'm very uncomfortable about getting any legal advice where we have an appeal.
All right.
Yeah.
This is a request to go to the, appeals body.
Okay, that's fine. I will withdraw my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor?
Wait.
Okay, sorry. Okay, what's up?
So what you usually ask me what I want to do with the item.
Yeah, what do you want to do with the items?
I want to send it to council without recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. We do have one last item here to deal with. To read the bills. That bills 13 to 22, 24, 26, and 37, and 46 to 50 prepared for the January 24, 2024 meeting 10 of the Toronto and East York Community Council will be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2006. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. One more. That confirmatory bills to confirm the legislative proceedings of the Toronto and East York Community Council Act, acting under delegated authority at meeting 10 on January 24, 2024, be declared as bylaws and passed subject to Section 226.9 of the City of Toronto Act 2026. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, staff. Have a great afternoon.